At all, at all.
And then, yeah. And y'all just proving the fucking point.
Like, oh my God, you're embarrassing. Jeez. Louise. Monica. Damn, Gina. Yeah. Welcome in, welcome in. Hi, Jasmine. Hey, you. Welcome in. Hey, AS. Welcome in, my love. Hey, Siobhan. Hey, K Boogie. Hey, Purpell. Hi. Happy Sunday, y'all. Hey, KBA. Thank you for the likes. Thank you so much. Hi, Aisha. Hi, DWBM. Welcome in. Hi, Miva. He Not So. L Turner. Hey, y'all. Welcome in. Happy Sunday. Hey, Athena. Hey, Jamira. Hey, Steele. Hey, Darius. Hey, Jules. Welcome in, fam. Hey, Lex. Welcome in, welcome in, welcome in. Oh, you know what? I want to see something. Oh, you're not in there yet.
And yours?
Yeah. Hey. No, like on your profile in mine. Yeah. Yeah, I want to see. I want to test the theory. You did make it on time. Hey, dark skin lover girl. Hey, Chris. Hey, Booze. You did make it on time. I just hopped on. No, I actually want to see. I want to see something. Scroll up. So it be filtering out y'all's comments, and I'm wondering if no, it don't show it on here. It's okay. It's okay. Hopefully it doesn't do it too much today. If you comment something and I don't respond, it's probably because it filtered your shit. Thank you, Siobhan. Oh, look, I knew somebody was gonna say it. Chris, please upload the last few lives on YouTube. Begging.
Hey, look. Hey, look here.
I was like, he gonna be here today, so somebody gonna tell him, like, please put the lives up, please.
I got the lives. It's only one. I uploaded some old ones from today. Today I did. I uploaded like 3.
Yeah, he did upload like 3, a few today.
But I will upload the last one. The one before that's already up.
Okay. So just the very last live is not up. Hi, Ali. Hi, Lena. Welcome in, my love.
Last 2. I got
Thank you so much for the likes.
I'll have them up by tomorrow.
Y'all heard that? He'll have them up by tomorrow. Hi, Mish. Hi, Adelaide. Hey, Jasmine. Welcome in, my loves. Thank you for asking. Thank you for keeping us accountable. Thank you for the gift, Darius.
Yeah, for sure.
Y'all know that it's Sunday, and we got like 6 questions on the forums today. So, yes, Mish, we just started like 5 minutes ago. So you are... Oh, thank you so much, Christina. What, K-Boogie? Oh, my God. You know what? I'm just gonna... You know what? There's this guy. Yeah, there's this tech guy on here. Thank you, Lena. There's a guy named Tech Guy. He goes by Tech Guy on here. And he was telling me about a new app. That maybe I'll try that if Discord is just not working. I don't know. Like, I'm trying to protect people's privacy. So, like, you're not in a group chat with everybody's phone numbers. You know what I mean? But also, like, I want us to be able to have a space. Hey, Alicia. And if it's not working for everyone, then I don't want to do that. Hi, say goodbye to love. I have not seen JT's new magazine cover. No shit. You're talking about JT from City Girls, right? Hi, Renise. Hi, my love. Is that the JT you're talking about? Cause no shade, but I don't follow them like that. No shade. But I feel like the City Girls are the epitome of City Girls that be City Girls until they get picked. And I just, okay, there it goes. It actually showed me. It actually showed me your comment that it filtered. Okay, so Twitter is on fire because of the comment or because of the thing. It's going viral. People are bullying, saying it looks like a Landria. Bullying JC? They're comparing the cover to Olan. Found you during Love is Blind. This is my first live of yours. Do you answer advice questions? What's the sitch? I do, Christina. So I actually have, they're bullying Olandria. People just want a... Don't get me started. I do, Christina. So there's actually a form on Google that you can fill out, and on Sundays I devote at least an hour, sometimes less if it's not needed, but I will devote an hour of my time to answering the questions that come in on submissions. You also can ask questions in here though. You just have to, hi Shay, you just have to like wait, because I might forget if you ask, but I will tell you to like repeat the question if you ask it again. Yeah, you're welcome. You think it's dark skin lover girl, but you don't know because they're comparing it to Alandria. Let me see this cover, y'all. I have the laptop out because I got the forms pulled up. I'm just trying to give us time to all get in here. Hey, Nikisha, before I start answering the question. Oh, it's her album cover? Is that right? Curry, so I'm trying to look up the, okay. JT album cover. Just go on her Instagram, girl. Is it this City Cinderella? Okay, I'm gonna go on her Instagram. Let me go, JT's Instagram, yeah? Hi, Tanika, JT's Instagram. Hi, Trini. Come downstairs and eat some food, girl. It's a magazine cover. Okay, JT Instagram. Not it thinks I mean, it think I mean Justin Timberlake, child. JT. I know it's not this first one I'm looking at.
This culture, what is it? Culture too? What is it? Culture something?
I know.
I know that. I know that.
I know you fucking lying.
I know you fucking lying. What the fuck is this?
Honey. Honey bunny. What's happening? The story is, fuck how people view me. I'll always look crazy to someone, so why not give them something crazy to look at? That's the intention of the cover. I have thoughts, but I'm going to, you caught it? Okay. I'm going to, hi Thomas. I will discuss that after I prioritize those of y'all that have sent in questions, because you know that I commit my Sundays to making sure that I respond to you. So I do want to prioritize that. Hi, Risa. Hey, my love. It is real. It's JT made a statement about it. Saying that, I guess what y'all are saying is they're comparing that picture. They're saying she looks like Alandria. I'm assuming that that's what y'all are saying, is that they're like, oh, it looks like Alandria.
Yes, K Boogie, you're supposed to send in questions every Sunday.
My thing is, you know what? Y'all let me come back to it, because I want to answer y'all's questions that you already sent in. You got it, baby. Thank you. Ooh, okay. We have to have the conversation, but I want to answer y'all's questions that you sent in. This one came from, I think this is you, Dark Skin Lover Girl. Oh my God, Christina, that's so cute. That's so cute. Okay, I think this one came from you, Dark Skin Lover Girl, but it doesn't matter. It's about Potomac and BravoCon. This is a quick answer for me. Ashley apologized to Wendy on stage about the comments she made. The question is, do I think that Wendy should have accepted the apology? And was Ashley only apologizing because of the backlash? No and yes. Hi, Kimberly. I don't think that Wendy owes her an acceptance of the apology if Wendy does not feel like it is sincere. That is Wendy's assessment to make. You don't have to accept people's apologies just because they offer them, right? The reality is that apologies, the best apologies are changed actions, right? And when she listed who reached out to her, Ashley is not a name that she said. So you apologizing up here on this stage right now to me has nothing to do with how you've actually acted in real life. So I don't think that Wendy owed her acceptance of that apology. And I absolutely believe that Ashley thought more people would get on the hate train with Wendy or toward Wendy with her. And when that didn't happen, now she's trying to walk it back. Ashley has been played out on Potomac. If we just want to keep it a buck, I said this at the beginning of the season. Ashley's storyline for the last few years has been minding everybody else's business. If we just want to keep it a buck, right? And whether or not that divorce had happened. That was her storyline for like the last 3 seasons.
For real.
No shade, all tea, okay? That's it. So the fact that she's minding with Wendy's business doesn't shock me, and she just gonna have to deal with them consequences. You know what, babe? I actually will give her, not since the beginning of the show, I will give her, in the very beginning, she had the little raggedy ass Australian restaurant. She had whatever was going on with her and Michael, the cheating stuff, the wanting to have a baby, the marriage stuff. Like, she had some shit that was her own shit. But the last 3 seasons, not too much of nothing. So that was an easy answer for me. Hi, Nikki. I mean, she always minded somebody else's business, but she also had, I will say, her own shit too. In the beginning. Not so much anymore. Okay, I'll get to that question in a second. Hi, Boss Miss. Okay, this person sent me a few different questions. Baby, say you can answer if you want to. I'm going to be honest. This is the first time that I'm hearing about Ray J suing Kim Kardashian. I have no idea what he could possibly be suing her for. I think that Ray J is a very sad old man.
For sure. Ray J's garbage and has been for a while.
So I can't really have an opinion on it because I don't know much about it. I just think that Ray J is sad. If nothing else, we watched like 40 minutes of The Love Cabin on Zeus, and I was like, yeah, no. So he's suing her. Hi, Trini Kimmy. He's suing her about the tape because he's mad that she built, and I'm not no Kardashian defender. Don't misunderstand. But he's mad because she capitalized on it and he didn't.
But you know what I'm saying, as y'all all know, like, right, how niggas perform for each other. He was one of the biggest braggers, but he bragged about the shit forever.
Right.
So why didn't you do something to make sure you capitalized off of it as well?
Correct. That's giving just sad old man looking for like a way to keep being relevant.
Because it was cool when it was cool when she was with that other trash ass, all the other trash ass niggas that she done dated, right? But you love Ray J loved to be the one that he loved to tell people that he hit it first, right? He loved doing that shit. And now you want to sue her.
He's suing her because of the narrative behind the tape. My thing is, I don't, like, at this point, that tape is 1,000 years old.
It is.
It's over a decade. It's over a decade. And so my thing is, Ray J, I feel like you just need a check or something. Like, I don't...
No, he do. Ray J... Someone said Ray J is unwell. He's very unwell, and he has been unwell for a long time.
And that's not no shade. Like, you can literally look at that man and see, like, something is going on. I think, you know, a lot of them like that booger sugar. Somebody asked him directly on Love Cabin if he had some in the, what was it called? The Boom Boom Room, which was a room just for the men to hang out in and talk about the women.
Which is weird. But okay.
A whole thing. Right, a whole thing.
No, Ray be on drugs. He be on drugs.
Smugs.
Smugs, my bad. He be on smug. He look, I don't even, you know, look, he do.
So yeah, I don't have no. He's saying that Chris and Kim lied about the leak and released it on purpose for money. Here's the thing: who fucking cares? Again. We are over a decade later. Thank you. Somebody gave us the date, 2007. We're literally almost 20 years later. At this point, sorry, Ray, but I don't care. I don't care. I think you're only mad about them doing it for money because you didn't get the bulk of that money. You didn't benefit as much as they did. So you should have sued 20 years ago. You should have made sure you got cut in or whatever the fuck, you know? Like, hi, Kimberly. I don't want to hear it, to be perfectly honest.
Really, I mean, whoever his lawyers are that's even, like, willing to do this, they're just getting him for his money. Because, yeah, almost 20 years is crazy. She got more money than you. She gonna get some good-ass lawyers, and you gonna be looking dumb.
And here's the thing, y'all. I actually don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
I don't give a fuck if Kim released it for fame. I don't give a fuck if somebody chooses to release their sex tape. I don't fucking actually care. I actually don't fucking care. And I feel like if he had a problem with it, he should have sued 2 years ago to stop it from being released, or 20 years ago to stop it from being released. That's not what happened. What it is now you want to cash in on it because you're realizing that they cashed in on it. You're bad.
Yeah.
You're bad.
Yeah.
Oh, well, you should have made something crack with them hoverboards a little better or whatever the fuck he was doing.
Or them unbreakable glasses that broke.
Yeah, like, you should have been making some shit shake with
what
that.
What happened to Raycon or whatever the fuck that shit was? He was... that nigga been living off of one wish. You need a couple more, nigga.
Hi, Ann. Hi, Voices Gathering. Hey, Miss Cheeky Baby. Hey, Aquarius World. Chance. So yeah, y'all, I actually don't give a fuck. Like, I get that he's mad about it, and I personally don't give a fuck. It's giving, I've ran out of money, and this feels like a money grab. And that's weird. Cause if you really felt a way about the narrative has always been that. So why didn't you sue 20 years ago? Cause you felt like you didn't need that money. You was flying high on the fact that you had been the nigga that hit it first, like Chris said, right? You was flying high on that because she was popping and cracking and all that shit, right? So now you wanna have something to say. He's dating Krishan, or he's just hanging out with her. And I'm not even no Kardashian defender, but that shit is weird. Okay. Someone asked this question. Yeah, I think Krishan, I won't even get into her. The next question is, people are still assuming Nick is not into Alandria because he looked uninterested at their recent club appearance in San Antonio, Texas. Can you add some context on that? The only context I have to add on that is, like, why are y'all obsessed? Why are y'all obsessed with watching their every fucking move? Like, I want people to be for real. I want people to be for real around, like, do y'all understand how fucking booked and busy they are? Do you know that man was probably just tired? He was probably tired. You know? And so for people to be, that's mine. For people to be so, like, what are you seeing that feels like you're not interested? Again, I keep going back to, Tata, hi. This goes back to what, so I actually did go ahead and watch, not Genuinely Confused, Dark Skin Lover Girl. I actually went back and I did watch the Angel Reese and Alandria. Oh, hi, Tata. I watched the Angel Reese and Alandria interview. And Alandria explicitly talks about feeling like she can't go out no more. Thank you, Tata, how she can't really party no more. You know what I'm saying? Because they're being filmed the entire time. They are having everything picked apart, you know. And she's like, it's just not fun in the way that it used to be fun. And so for me, I just don't understand the obsession with trying to catch every micro expression, every single thing. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, y'all ain't never had to go to work and you was tired. Like, I want y'all to know, like, who was it that said? Cardi. Hate to quote Cardi, but like, when I go to the club, I get paid a fee. Baby, they're at work. This is a gig. This is a job. They might be tired but still have to show up for work. They might be faded. Like, it's all kinds of things. So it's just... My best friend is not really a clubber. And one time we took her clubbing with us. And when I tell you, she literally laid the fuck down and went to sleep.
On the club couch, my nigga. On the couch. Went straight to sleep.
So, like, I just don't understand. The only context I have to add to that is that anybody that's saying that are people that are committed to disliking them and disproving their relationship, right? These are the people that are going to, if they get married and they have kids and their kids is off at college, I'm like, I don't know, I just feel like he never really liked her. That's them people. So we have to just not even give those people any attention. You know what I mean? Like, no. Yes. And so, to your point, I think people are watching for a reason to discredit them. That's all. It must be tiring. People that are watching for that reason are always going to be like, see, look. And they're going to be doing that shit until they take their last motherfucking breath about them. Like I've said before, you know, he could be proposing to her publicly, even though I don't think they would do this because of what Alandria said in their interview. He could be doing a public ass proposal to her and they would be like, I don't know, his left eye twitched. I feel like he's being forced to do this.
Right.
He don't actually want to do it. He don't like her. He wants a white girl. Like, that's what they would do. So we have to just be like, fuck it. We're just not even giving that no energy. You feel me? They want a gotcha so bad. And I've said this before. I've said it before, but like they want a gotcha because so many of them want to be able to humble Alandria. Let me say it again. They want a gotcha because they want to be able to humble Alandria. They cannot believe that she would be the breakout star. And so many people were committed to believing that Alandria was a stupid, naive, nose wide open behind a man ass girl about Taylor, as though that man was not actively fucking lying to her. She was supposed to be able to read his mind, apparently. And so because they committed to that narrative, they cannot deviate. It quite literally is cognitive dissonance. I can't deviate from it. I need that to be true about her because that's the only way that I can be right. They are unwilling to take in new information and admit, maybe I was wrong. Maybe I made a misjudgment. Maybe I mischaracterized her. They don't want to do that. They need themselves to be right, and so they need her to be humbled through her relationship with Nick. That's literally it. That's all that it's about. And so I want us to just ignore people like that. Don't make any more. At this point, it is November 16th. We're not making any more think pieces to convince y'all. You are committed to misunderstanding. You are committed to not seeing them as valid. So have it, baby. Have it. She's dark-skinned, very clearly Afrocentric features. They don't want that for her. She's not supposed to be the girl that gets picked. And I would bet money, and maybe I'm wrong, but I would bet money that the people that are making these accusations. Oh, what color is this on the wall, baby? Do you remember the name of the color?
Ooh, no, but it's in the garage.
Well, we still have some left in our garage. We'll look later. But the people that are committed to having these sort of takes about it, right? Are people that are either light brights who are not accustomed to not light brights, or non-black women who are not accustomed to not being the center. They're not accustomed to seeing someone that does not look like them be the person getting all of the attention and the acclaim. It's either those scenarios or it is people very aligned with whiteness and ideals of whiteness around beauty. That's who's making the most fuss. I already know. That's who it is. Because you can't believe if I look like her and I don't get that attention, right? For the ones that are just aligned with whiteness and beauty standards around whiteness. If I look like Olandria and I don't get that, then that would mean that it's me. I have to be committed to the belief and the idea that it's because I'm not that. And that's why. But the fact that she's getting all of this, being loved very out loud, being supported very out loud, having this beautiful life that she always imagined for herself, I have to align with the idea of whiteness around beauty, because otherwise I would have to admit that maybe I'm just not that dope of a person. Or maybe I just don't have the level of favor on my life that she has, or whatever, right? You might have to look at your own self. They need it to be that. So it's the light brights, it's the non-black women, and it is the women that of any of those demographics that aligns with ideals of whiteness around what beauty is, that are frustrated with that. Period. And so I just feel like they don't deserve any more attention around it. Hi, Antoinette. Thank you, Tasha. These next three questions are explicitly around blackness. And they're all kind of in the same vein. The first question is, who determines what and who is black? That's a loaded question. And then there's a much lengthier portion around, explicitly this person's experience with their child being told that they're whitewashed, that they are not black enough because of the way that they engage, the way they talk. Here's the thing about blackness. So I've talked to y'all before about, like, I'll give you the example of Ace and Jeremiah, right? I made that whole video about how they probably understand their blackness differently because mothers are the bearers of the culture. That's not my opinion. That is what the research shows, okay? That mothers are typically the ones that are passing down culture, which is oftentimes why you will find biracial black children who, if their primary parent that does the raising, or that is like the culture holder, which would be the mother, is not the black parent, then you might see some behaviors that make them feel like they don't align with blackness, right? And this is why people will ask the question, is your mama white? Like, you act like you have a white mom, right? Like, that's why people will say that. And so I will say that, research shows moms bear the culture, right? I think what is dangerous is when we make blackness a monolith, right? Notice that I did not say that Jeremiah is not black. I said he understands and is cultured into his blackness differently. The man is still a black man, even if his blackness shows up differently, right? When we make black people monolithic, that is problematic. When black people can only show up one way, that's problematic. And so what I would say, as far as, y'all know I'm a fan of brainwashing, what I would say as far as like helping her to understand that she's not whitewashed, how to culture her, put her in front of, have her watching Angela Davis speak, Maya Angelou speak, have her watch powerful black women who, this is someone's question about their child, Georgina, have her watch varied experiences of black women, have her listen to Meg Thee Stallion, have her watch her speak, have her watch Olandria speak, and let her have conversations with her about how their blackness is showing up. And even though it's different, they're all still black women. And how you speak, how you show up does not make you more or less black. You don't need to be a caricature of your blackness. You need to be secure in your blackness. And that's how you actually show up as a strong black person, right? When you feel like you need to perform a certain type of way, it's always going to be off-putting to other people. If you feel like you have to act a certain type of way to be black, black people can read that shit. And we're like, oh, you're weird. We can tell you're weird, right? So I would just encourage you to expose her to black people that show up in varied ways and, you know, very subtly have the conversation about it. You know, oh yeah, you know, she's such a strong black woman, and talking about, you know, how she, or even having her watch A Different World, right? I love that Felicia Rashad reference on the Cosby Show, right? Watching A Different World, where you see different iterations of blackness all at the same time, right? So letting her see that blackness comes in a plethora of ways, and that her blackness is powerful in how she shows up, period, as long as she is confident in her blackness as a black girl. That is the lesson. Not how to perform in any certain type of way, but giving her the exposure to various examples of blackness is going to make a difference for her. And I'm not going to out you, but I hope that asks the question. Living single is a great one too, right? So my sister tells the story of how her husband in their house, at one point, their dad, her husband, outlawed any shows that did not have black characters as the main character when they were kids growing up. He's like, you cannot watch anything where the main people in the cast are not black people. And you know, they ended up running out of shit to watch pretty quickly, because y'all know how that goes, right? And then they were like, Dad, can we please watch something else? He had forgot he made the whole rule, right? He forgot that he had even said the shit, right? But the point is, right, that it exposed them. So I would be curious about the media she's ingesting. I would be curious about how do her friends understand blackness, what's the media that they're ingesting. And I used to be brainwashing the little kids when they would come to my house. When they would come over. You know, and my daughters would be watching whatever with their friends. I'd be like, oh, I'll be asking little questions. Oh, yeah, what do you know about it? Da, da, da. Using that media, because they're already watching it anyway. So invite that into the conversation of how they're understanding their blackness, making sure that they're watching. If you're seeing stereotypes of blackness, call that out too. Be direct about, why do you think that they're you know, coloring the black people this way? Why are they only letting them show this, that way, right? I would say that she doesn't need to explain shit to her friends. And that is something that you help her understand about her blackness too. You don't need to quantify or qualify your blackness to anybody, baby. Period, full stop. I'm black, I'm black, I'm black. Period, full stop. My daughters are both light-skinned black girls, and one of them is much lighter than me. And they had a lot of brown friends, like Mexican friends, and one of those friends was darker than my daughters and used to act like she had more entry into blackness because she was darker skinned than they were. And so we had to have the conversation of, baby, you don't ever have to quantify your blackness to nobody. You don't have to qualify your blackness to nobody. You got 2 black parents. 4 black grandparents, 8 black great-grandparents. Like, you are blackity black, black, black. Okay? And so making sure that your baby is comfortable in her blackness, whatever the fuck anybody else got going on about that. Exactly, babe. So that's what I would say, is encouraging her to feel confident in her blackness no matter what anybody else has to say about it. Right? And so that's what I would say about that. Along this vein, someone asked me this question that is way different than what I ever talk about, but I will answer it because you took the time to ask it, even though you said you understand if I can't answer. The question is, what is my take on reverse racism, and do I believe it exists? As a psychology major, as a person that was very intentional about taking a sociological, philosophical, and psychological approach to my studies, reverse racism is not real. Period, full stop. Racism is not about not liking you because you're a certain color. Period, full stop. As a sociology girly, that's not what it is, okay? Period, full stop. It is about a power structure at play, which is why racism is systemic. Okay? Reverse racism is not a thing. I don't have any power over you in this system to oppress you in any way. And the education that I've done with y'all about how Latino people fought to be white, right? They fought to be white. They fought for the right to be able to say, we are not them Negroes. Everything in the United States, and I would say anywhere that's colonized, if we want to keep it a buck, is rooted in anti-blackness and then building up from that. So the furthest away that you can be from blackness, the better that you are. Ain't no such thing as reverse racism. No. Your feelings are hurt maybe because I don't like you. Maybe I'm prejudiced. Maybe somebody's bigoted, right? But like racist, no, baby. You don't like it. And your feelings are hurt, but it's not reverse racism. They are bigot, maybe. They are prejudiced. They are, right? Yeah. But racist, no. No. So that's my thought on that.
Can I step in on
a
question real quick that K Boogie had?
Yeah.
About her friend. I had a friend who was pale, green, blue-eyed, whatever. It was about them being... about how you were saying how they show up as a black person. They were confused about showing up as black because I assume that that the mother is not black, but the dad is black. I think that goes back to what Christina said about like how majority of the time it's the black woman who is, okay, thank you, who is keeping their kids close to that culture, right? So if her mother is not black, most likely what's happening is that she hasn't been taught anything about her culture, anything about her blackness, or anything about like what we just also said about the other person, how blackness shows up in various of ways, right? So I would encourage this person to probably, but you said they're pale with blue eyes and what?
I would say this. We're not going to lie and act like race is not based on phenotype.
Right.
We're going to be honest about that, right? There's a creator on here who actually is a black woman who made a child with a white man. And she's like, ultimately, like, my child racially is white. He does look like a white person, even though culturally he is black. So yes, race is based on phenotype. There is, because it's all made up. It's all made up. Right? It's all made up, right? Which is why, oh my God, y'all about to have me do a history lesson? Okay, sorry, 2 seconds. Because the United States is built on anti-blackness, this is y'all's history lesson for the day. Some of y'all already know this. A lot of y'all probably already know this. Hi, Toya. Because everything in the United States is rooted in anti-blackness, this is why the one-drop rule exists. Okay, the one drop rule exists because they say as many people as we can get away from blackness, away from whiteness and into blackness, because we don't want them. It doesn't matter if what they look like is a white person. You had a black somebody at some point, so you got to be a nigga. So when we fight for people's rights, phenotypically that are able to pass in the world, to be black because of DNA, I just want us to know that that's actually rooted in whiteness, right? That's actually rooted in a system that was trying to, and not that I'm saying that you should not be proud of your black culture. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that we need to also be conscious of how that was a tool of whiteness and white supremacy, right? On the flip side, indigeneity, right? The erasure of indigenous people to this landmass. This is why they'll be like, well, I'm 1/16 Cherokee, and as long as I'm on the roster roll, which is why they was paying $5 to get their names added to the DAWS rolls, right? That's why the term $5 Indian, that's where that comes from, because you could buy your way into the DAWS rolls in order to claim indigeneity, which is why you see indigenous people in pictures get lighter and lighter and lighter over time. So you need to understand, right? If she is presenting as a white person, she's going to be read as white. That doesn't mean that culturally she's not black. I don't know anything about her culture. But if she's presenting as a white woman, she's going to be read as a white woman, right? Clock it, my true self. Did you? Thank you, baby. So you need to understand that this is why This is why they fight for their right. White people, right, have fought for their right to be included in indigeneity. That's always about erasure of indigenous people to this landmass. And they have fought to put people into blackness, again, as a way to maintain power. This is why, back in the day, this is y'all's history lesson, and I'm going to get off of it, I swear. This is why, back in the day, when people were having class consciousness and they were coming together around their oppression, they said, hold on, let's actually let Irish people be white. Let's go ahead and actually include them because we need to maintain power. Because they weren't always read as white people. Neither were Italian people, right? Let's actually go ahead and bring them into the fold. And this is when whiteness was created, right? Whiteness was created. It has not always existed. Okay? So I say all that to say your friend might be clocking spicy white, right? Which is why they was all on that little ridiculous ass train around gingers being black. Don't piss me off. Don't do that. Don't do that. The rhythm and not the blues. Don't play in my face. Okay? So I will say I am never here to take away someone's cultural identity, and we do need to be conscious of potential privileges that we hold based on how phenotypically we show up in the world. Does that make sense, K-Boogie? Okay. All right. This is the last question, and then we're going to get into JT and Alandria. And then y'all already hit 25K. Hi, India. So we will open the panel right after we do these next two things.
Yeah, I was going to answer that, but not.
Oh, go ahead, baby.
No, I was just saying I was going to answer that, like the K Biggie question, but not with all that background and history and shit. So I hope y'all tap the screen because
y'all know I'm a nerd. Y'all know I'm like, well, we can't just have the one conversation. We got to invite all of the context into the conversation. Okay. This last question. Thank you, India. This last question is, if you have a restraining order on a partner for like DV on you, would it be best to try for full custody of the child involved? Or is this selfish/bitter? Y'all know my answer to this question.
I'm saying.
What's my answer to this question? Happy Sunday. Y'all, now don't make fun of the question, okay? Don't get on their ass. Yes, we want full custody. I'm going to read it one more time, Tasha. If you have a restraining order against a partner because they were violent against you, hi, Desi. Would it be best for you to try for full custody of the child, or is that considered selfish and bitter? Clock it. Will you approve it? Thank you. K Boogie said, and Chris is approving it right now, violence in front of a child is violence against the child. Quite literally, I talked to y'all about this last time, right? But that is a CPS reportable offense, baby. They don't have to hurt the child. They don't have to hurt the child. The child just has to be present and aware of the harm. And if somebody is telling you that that's selfish and bitter, it's giving they're an abuser. And that's even more so why you need to get full custody.
Yeah. Plus also, let's be reminded that there are statistics around situations like this where a lot of the time, if they're abusive towards you, it's probably going to turn on the child at some point, and that's not what we want, right? And sometimes they do that out of being bitter and trying to get back at you, right? So like that shit does happen. So yes, get that full custody.
And a lot of times, exactly. Yeah, the statistics say it will turn. If they are a danger to you, they are a danger, period. I'm of the belief system that if you are harmful to a child's mother, you have the ability to be harmful to that child. And you may not put your hands on that child, but I don't trust you to be a person that has that child's best interest at heart.
I believe that if you are harmful to somebody's mother, you are already harmful to that child. You already are.
Facts. I don't disagree.
If you willing to put your hands, or if you're willing to be abusive, verbally, physically, mentally, right, financially, any way, right? There's so many ways. Then you already are abusive to that child because that's that child's mother, right? Like, and if it was the other way around, right, the same thing. You're already abusive to that child.
He ate that. I agree. Someone said, K Boogie said, it is actually extremely hard to get a restraining order. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct. There has to be a very clear, like, pattern of violent behavior. As someone that had to get an RO against someone when I was a teenager, you have to have a clear demonstration of violence, stalking, like something has happened to get that restraining order, because the system is not built to protect victims. We've talked about this before.
Mm-hmm.
So if you were able to get a restraining order against the person, it is in not only your best interest, but the child's to get full custody. Because why should you have to continue to engage with the abuser? And why should your child be in the presence of someone that is a harmer in that way? Phoebe said it's not hard to get a restraining order in Colorado, meaning you could just be like, oh, well, I just don't want them to come around me. The burden of proof is often on the victim. Hi, Gigi. Mystique, that's a great one. Thank you. Also, ignore the noise that you're breaking up the family. You're not breaking up the family. You're protecting yourself and your family, right? You're not breaking up the family. They broke up the family when they chose to engage in behavior that way.
Yep. Period.
Yeah, I had to show proof, Kimberly. I had to show proof when I got mine. And they still were like, oh, they kind of wanted to chalk it up to like just kids being kids, like teenage shit. Like that's what they wanted to do. That's not what it was. Clock it, boom, shakalaka. Okay, let's talk about this picture, child. Does everybody know what this picture look like? It's a couple of them. Okay. To the person that asked if I watch Real Housewives, Mormon thing. Whatever the fuck. The little mom talk girlies. I do watch it. I have not started the season yet. Ooh, don't do that. This is one of them. This is JT. If you want to go to JT that girl or JT the girl, whatever the fuck her name is on Instagram, go to her Instagram, and she has like 3 different posts with her collaboration, and that's one of the pictures. And apparently the streets are trying to they're being anti-black, disgusting as usual toward Alandria, and saying it looks like Alandria. And here's the thing, they're doing it. This is actually so complex of a conversation, because they're doing it with they're saying it looks like Alandria in order to try to shame her, in order to talk shit about her, in order to make fun of her, right? And the thing is, what they don't realize they're doing in all of that. No, it is JT from City Girls. People are saying it looks like Alandria. What they're doing in doing that is really just demonstrating their anti-blackness.
Yep. 100%.
Because you think that you're being funny. You think that you're saying, oh, because Alandria has full lips, big lips, very Afrocentric features. That's what she looks like. Really, you're just being anti-black, baby. That's it. You're being anti-black. Because the whole photo shoot in and of itself is giving minstrel. It's giving them little mammy dolls. Because you're not saying it and you think it looks beautiful. And you're like, wow, look at this beautiful personification of Afrocentric features. Oh my God, it's so beautiful. Just really highlighting what's so beautiful. That's not what you're doing. That's not what you're doing. That's not what you're doing. You're making fun of it and then you're saying it looks like Elandria. Siobhan said, until my late 20s, I had a horrible disdain for my full lips. And she even said, I'm going to read y'all what JT said if you haven't been to the page to see it. The story is, fuck how people view me. I'll always look crazy to someone. So why not give them something crazy to look like? So she believes it's also crazy looking. Why was that the feature you chose to highlight, JT? Why was it crazy to make your lips more full? Why was that the crazy look? Why couldn't it be? They said LOL at the finger point. Listen, because why couldn't it be that you sucked your waist in and made it disappear? Why couldn't it be that you made your hair, go really long to the floor and lap over or something? It could have been anything else. Not anything else, but y'all know what I'm getting at. It could have been a lot of other things. In the same way, I'm about to date myself, but most of y'all in here are old just like me. The same way they did that fucking cover with Kim Kardashian and blew up her ass. Art my motherfucking ass. Art my motherfucking ass. I'm not. No. You're wanting to pass off your anti-blackness as art. Mm-hmm. Feeding into stereotypes of our features. Zuzu, it blocked your comment, but it says, and to use such historic, horrific imagery of black people. Exactly. JT is a city girl. Or whatever. I don't know. I guess they still the city girls.
Last I heard, they're not even fucking with each other.
Thank you. So like, and I hear you. Oh, people are always talking about her lips. And I don't like, to me, what people don't be realizing, like JT, right? What they don't be realizing is that they be telling on themselves. You think it looks crazy to have lips that big, which is why you said, why not give them something crazy to look at? You're telling on yourself. She didn't get filler. She did a spread where she created these like really, really blown up large lips and then said, people are always saying I look crazy, so I may as well give them something crazy to look at. And here's the thing. She was not only the model for it, she was the creative director. She said, being the creative director of the cover and short film gave me a taste of the creative boss I know I can and will be. We're not falling for it. We're not falling for it. The 88,000 people that have liked this, let me pull you for a chat. Let me pull you for a chat. Because what? Huh? Stop supporting people's rights and wrongs. Fanatic, creative director, and it's really just anti-blackness. Clock it. Clock it. Thank you all so much already for 51,000 likes in the first hour. I appreciate y'all. Zone. Yeah, all she did was feed into racist tropes and anti-blackness. That's it. That's not creativity, girl. You literally just was like, white supremacy, may I borrow your handbook, please? That's literally all you did. That's literally all you did. You're like, so can I get in on this? Can I read that and pull from it, please? Thank you. And that's the other thing, Zuzu. If she was a creative director, I would say it even if it was a white man. I don't care who does it. I don't care who does it. Child, Nikki said the amount of celebs like Solange and Coco Gauff liking the post is ... Am I missing something? You ain't missing nothing. You see them.
Mm-hmm.
You see them. They wanna think it is subversive, like someone said, right? But really it's just anti-blackness. And then she put some flowery words on it. And they were like, oh my God, yes. Queen. 4 + 4 = 8. Like, hi, Ori. And that's what I'm talking about. Dark Skin Lover Girl said, Tina, I honestly thought it was a deeper meaning to art. Lambdy, what's her name? JT basically made, basically remade a mammy doll. And them, what are they called? Them other ones? Y'all know what I'm talking about. The Gollywog dolls. Like, she basically did some minstrel show and called it art. And now, because she put flowery words on it, people are like, am I missing something? Like, people are feeling like, well, maybe I'm tripping. You're not tripping. They tripping. How does she benefit from this? I mean, she got a bag, for one. I mean, most people will do things for a bag. And if they keep clapping for it, I'm going to think that I got my bag legitimately and not in a problematic way. Ari said, why are they on Twitter saying Alan is Mexican? Because people have very low comprehension skills, Ari. That's what it was. Them people, because somebody came into my comments doing that after that interview dropped when he said, like, half of my family is Mexican. That's not the same thing as saying that I'm half Mexican. People are just dumb. Girl, they got low comprehension skills. That's really all it boils down to. Now, Alandria got into it because people were saying, oh, no shade, but that looks like Alandria. Bitch, you're being shady.
That's fuck.
And not only are you being shady, you're being anti-black. That's it. That's what it boils down to. Exactly. When you say no offense, but, baby, everything after that but is about to be offensive. Everything after that but is about to be shade. Hi, Mia. And what's the wildest thing about it all is that Alandria is still the diamond of the season. She's still the it girl and knows she's the it girl. She's still it. And it's always gonna be it. So it's like you can say whatever you want, baby. It's gonna be what it is. You mad? Nah, 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 boo, boo. That's what I feel like. Na 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 boo boo, you mad? That's what I think of. Like, don't nobody give a fuck. And that's why a bunch of them, Michelle and Alandria fans, are going insane on X because of this. What do you mean by that? Because what I was going to say is I think that that's why a lot of people that are Michelle fans were so happy to let go of Alandria, because they feel like Michelle should have gotten the acclaim, because she does not have typically inherently, she has like softer, more features that are aligned with whiteness than Alandria does. And so they're happy to have, that doesn't shock me that they would be happy to have this moment to say, see, this is what Alandria looks like. Why are y'all making her famous? See? Because y'all don't like being black. And y'all don't actually like black people. And they're doing all of that while Alandria is doing Bazaar, while Alandria is doing Reebok, while Alandria is doing, like, you're doing all of that, and she's still winning.
I got you.
She's still winning. So it's like, I don't understand the reason to be so obsessed again with like hating on this girl. I don't get it. Listen. Not Hennessy mashed potatoes. Trying to drug up the babies? No, I'm just kidding. Tina, you just said some of the diaspora in a tizzy with that truth, and I'm sad. Because the reality is that's what it boils down to. Y'all don't like being black. Y'all the motherfuckers that be fantasizing about if I could live again, if I could be reincarnated again.
For real.
Like, you wish. You feel me? And to be honest, it's probably only going to get worse as we keep moving into right-wing rhetoric as a country. Because thin is back in, right? And we know what thinness is associated with in the United States. So as that continues, I say it all the time, Serena Williams, I'm never going to get over her having GLP-1 ads. I'm never going to get over that. It's never going to happen for me. I'm never going to be like, oh no, yeah, that like makes sense to me. Or like, oh, I could see that. Like, that's never going to make sense to me in my head. And the more that we move toward that as a country, the more that you're going to see people beginning to hate their blackness. Mm-hmm. And the fact that so many of our children, our young people are going down that route, going down that road. Even the whole, what is it, the three, y'all know what I'm talking about, them little zip up hoodies.
Oh, I think it's 3/4.
The 3/4 trend right now, we're turning YNs into young men, into professionals. The quarter zip, yeah, whatever. Like, baby, we was wearing them when we was like 12. It wasn't nothing but a pullover, and that's it. That's weird that y'all think it's professional, and that's just what we was wearing because it was cold outside. And that's what was in at the time. That just was trendy. It was not about being professional, right? It's actually giving no shade. It's actually giving door-to-door salesman. I'm sorry, but it is. Like, if anything. But the fact that is taking off right now with the young people, you need to be mindful of what your people are ingesting, what your littles are ingesting. Because the saying that having on sweats and Air Forces is YN behavior is weird when it's literally just clothes. And what are you getting at? What are you getting at? Because very quickly, as soon as that trend started, very quickly it devolved into, well, yeah, because that's ghetto. That's hood. And what do y'all associate ghetto and hood with? Yeah, clock it, Nikki. Respectability politics is coming back. Respectability politics is coming back. And so you're going to see more and more people. This is why I'm not a fan. I mean, I wasn't a fan for other reasons too, but this is why this particular look that JT is doing for me is so problematic. Right? Even the, oh, it's crazy hair day and all they did was come in an afro. What are you getting at? What are you suggesting? And Y and Q, I agree with you. I don't think that respectability politics ever fully left. I don't think it ever fully left. Oh. Hold on, because I'm about to have a hot take. I don't think it ever fully left. And I will say that I do think that there were some people that were pushing up against respectability politics, which I think we've always had. We've always had the Little Kims, the Nicki Minaj's, the Meg. We've always had that. We've always had people being like, you know, with the grills, people taking their grad photos and grills. Like, yes, that was also happening, and I would be remiss to say that I don't see us moving away from that. Which is why, subscribers, I had that like, hold on moment about Meg's most recent song. Which is why I be having that, hold on, what are we tiptoeing toward moment when we start seeing certain people do certain things. If y'all are watching Nicki Minaj in real time become a fucking right-winger. Loudly and proudly. And y'all know that she has she has millions of people watching her and following her. I'm just saying, it's dangerous out here. It's dangerous out here. Unfortunately, K Boogie, lots of people. Unfortunately. And for kids that are already not really sure how to feel about their blackness, when shit like this comes out, oh, I'm going to make myself look crazy by having big lips. Don't be annoying. Yes, K Boogie, don't be annoying. You know? And so, yes, Tashina, I've been on for about an hour. So for me, that's what comes up for me when I see shit like this, when I hear shit like that, right? Is this country is moving in a direction that I think is actually not safe for Black people even more than it already is not, right? It's not safe for non-white people, I'll say, even more than what it already was not. And so, yeah, I do think that we have to be, I know that people are like wanting to defend Olandria, and you all already know I'm always, every single time, going to zoom out to the bigger conversation because it's not just about Olandria. Hey, boo. Oh, I didn't discuss Jeremiah. I forgot I got a question about that. Hold on. Yeah, so like I think we also need to understand that it's bigger than that too. Defend her, absolutely, and it is bigger than that. Mm-hmm. Okay, last one, and then we're gonna oh, it's from Jules. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna read part of it, not all of it. Jeremiah and his content. I looked over his TikToks and Twitches. I know many people like him. However, I think they aren't differentiating their love for their supporter, for their love for him. Basically, a lot of motherfuckers like him because they like Nick and Alandria and they perceive him as supportive of Nick and Alandria. Hi, Nene. Ivy, you go to my face and there's a Google form that you can fill out. I I think much of his content is actually dangerous, but they love him based on his book club too. Like he's trying the chick magnet good guy thing, but it's not authentic. When you watch his live and his Twitches, he checks people through body shaming, shaming women for sex, attachment. It feels like he rides. That's cool. It feels like he rides on his other castmates' fame to build a base, and that it's not genuine. Hi, boo. Hi.
I didn't get to say hi earlier.
I was calling mommy.
Hi, Nisi Food.
Hi.
What's up, pretty girl?
I'm still there.
Yes, he's still here.
I just wanted to say hi.
Dang, you can't talk to your uncle? Shady.
I was just wondering.
I'm just kidding, Nisi.
I miss you.
So here's the thing.
All right, I'll let you talk back to Malachi. I love you.
Here's the thing. Wait, I missed that comment. Y'all, because I was reading this. Hold on. I want to see what they said.
Yeah, what did they say? I'm sorry.
No, I don't know. Hold on.
Let me bring this one up.
Oh, you're so welcome, Kay. You're so welcome. Okay, I don't know what they said, but I'm just gonna respond to this.
Like she said, just resubmit it. I mean, just put it.
Yeah, if you posted something that you want me to respond to, just post it again. I don't disagree, and I've had this like perspective around Jeremiah. I'm not gonna lie and tell y'all that I watch his Twitches or his live streams because I don't. But that's because I chose to disconnect not long after people came out of the villa. I might have disconnected while they were still in the villa. I think I actually might have disconnected. It's hard for me to remember the timeline because once I decide I'm not fucking with somebody, that's pretty much it. Like I don't really keep up with it. Okay. Period, Kay. Nah, he blocked you, Beatrice. Kay said, after Applesauce's take from last week, I started doing some self-reflection. The thing for me with Jeremiah is I think that Jeremiah is a friend to too many people. And to me, that makes me question whether you are being genuine and authentic or if you are just going along to get along. Yeah. And yes, user, I hate to stereotype, but is Jer Bear's mama white? Yes. And so I think that he performs niceness quite a bit. Hi, Toy. I think he performs niceness. I think he wants to go along to get along. And to me, people like that are not safe because then what are your actual own morals and values? And if he is using body shaming, if he's using any sort of, I don't think he's a retired crash out, Jasmine. I don't perceive him that way. But if he's using body shaming, if he's using like any sort of like slut shaming, anything like that at all to try to check people, then baby, that's what's in you. Because that's what came up. Right? And so for me, it was, Gia, this person was talking about how he shows up on his live streams and his Twitches and how they feel like the good guy thing is inauthentic and they want my take. My thing is, when he said what he said about Nick and Alandria, and I know y'all was in my comments trying to defend him last time, but my mind has not changed. Not sorry. Sorry, not sorry, right? When he had to say what he had to say about Nick and Alandria, for me, the easy answer would have been, I don't know, because I wasn't in the villa. I haven't been in the villa with them since they've coupled up to have an opinion about that. Ivy, I actually think Jer Bear is more like Ace than we realize. Mm-hmm. I don't disagree with that comment.
Didn't you say that before?
Mm-hmm. So for me, it's like the fact that that was his take, rather than admitting you don't have very much information to really have a take. To me, the fact that he let himself get worked up behind an edited show with Andreina, I wasn't fucking with that either. Because in my opinion, you know the show is edited because you know how you looked on the show versus what was authentic, what was real, right? So for me, and then him, and I make this critique last time, him and Chris, saying how, oh, I wish I would have given Alandria a shot. I don't fucking believe you. I don't believe you. I think you're lying, and I think you're saying that because you realize how popular and how loved she is right now. And again, anybody it gives clout. It gives I want clout. It gives I want attention. And I don't like inauthentic people. I don't like inauthentic people. What about Brian Lex? I don't like inauthentic. That's fake to me. So for me, it's like, yeah, it's giving Kimberly trying to ride the waves, right? And so, and that's fair too. I can't get over him and his foreign/Latino woman comment. So for me, it was like, oh, I don't know if I think Brian is interested in Alandria. I think Brian is just, he a little lusty. He be lusting, child. AC, at what point will you move on from coming into lives that are talking about things you don't like and commenting? You let me know. You let me know. So yeah, not my mom muted you already. You can hate from outside the club, baby.
You got there quick because I was just about to get you.
So for me, it's like I personally don't buy it. You feel me? You don't have to oops that GG. That's cool. I don't buy it personally. And so for me, there are certain things that I watch and I'm like, something feels off. Even if I can't pinpoint what it is, I trust my gut. I trust my gut. And so if I feel like that, I'm going to just take a step back and let shit reveal itself. So for me, it was, and I believe y'all, because again, I don't watch his lives. I believe y'all when you say that he's using fat shaming and he's using slut shaming as a way to like gotcha people. That's weird. I don't like that at all. But for me, it was him having so much smoke for Andreina about something that he knows was edited. And then it was the fact that he said what he said about Nick and Alandria. And then as soon as he saw him at the reunion, and I said this last time, as soon as he saw them at the reunion, and my opinion, my perspective from the timeline of what I saw, that as soon as you found out Nick actually did not vote you out, then all of a sudden you could clap for their relationship. To me, that means it's inauthentic. That feels like you only weren't believing in it because you had a grudge, and that's weird. Personally. Exactly, GG, transactional as fuck. Okay. So those are my thoughts around it. Listen. Listen. And I want y'all to, not only it screams inauthentic, or not only is it inauthentic, it screams transactional. Yes. So again, y'all just watch. And this is why y'all gotta, to Jules' point, Jules is not here, I don't think, but Jules is the one that sent that question in. To Jules' point, you need to be looking at people and assessing their character for themselves independently of who they are attached to that you like or don't like. That's why even when I was like, fuck that little man, fuck Alan, right? I wasn't ready to be like, fuck Michelle. I was like, I'm watching. I'm gonna see how I feel. And it wasn't until more behaviors happened that I was like, oh yeah, I'm gonna have to go ahead and step on back, baby. Right? You need to be assessing people independent of people that they're attached to that you like. So don't be only liking Jeremiah because you perceive him as supportive of Nick and Alandria. And if we really want to clock that T, as I'm getting ready to open up this panel, if we really want to clock that T, it's why a lot of motherfuckers is willing to be like, oh my God, Austin's so funny. He's so relatable. Oh my God, I love him. Because you perceive him as supportive of Nick and Alandria. So you're willing to not give a fuck. about his politics and where he stands on things. I'm just saying.
I got you.
I be saying you clocking me right now. Listen, I'm just saying. Love y'all down though. And Nene, that's the thing. They have attached themselves to Nick and Olandria, and that's what y'all need to be willing to clock. Dark Skin Lover Girl said, what if his politics have changed? Prove it. Prove it. Prove that you're a different human, and not because people have been asking why you are the human you are. Gigi said, I'm going to start calling Tina Timex the way she clocks these hoes. Listen, all I'm saying is prove it. Because and I had the same critique for Hannah. I hear a lot of lip service, but who you're choosing to spend private time with are people that would not typically align with what you're saying your values are. And so is that lip service real? Where are the actions? Show me. Show me. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm saying. Just show me. Because a lot of people came out of that motherfucking villa and very few of them stood in defense of Nick on Olandria. Lots of them got on Honda Civic's train because that's who they thought was going to be the it girl. And then as soon as that was not true, now they're, oh my girl, my girl, my girl. Shut up. Shut up. You know? Did you already catch those? Yeah. Okay. I don't disagree, Adelaide. I don't disagree. Just like Andreina supporting, posting 404 on her Snap lately, talking about how she loves her. I will say the thing about Andreina, though, is that I feel like Andreina has always been like that. Andreina was like that with 404, with Michelle. She was like that. And I will, like, whatever y'all feel about Andreina, what I will say about Andreina is that she came out of that villa and she was one of the only people to defend Michelle and Olandria against those mean girl allegations. She's consistent. Even if you don't fucking like it. She's consistent that those are her friends. She ain't changed up. That's just who she is. And I can respect that more than I can respect you faking a funk. You feel me? Go ahead and request if you want to come up. Yeah, she Y&Q when that whole narrative was spinning, she came out and said that that Honda Civic, that what happened, she's the one that revealed that whole challenge was actually 6 to 7 hours. She's like, y'all are making judgments about them based on 6 to 7 hours. Like, we were all saying things. They chose to focus on those two. So she was the only person that did that. She was the only person that did that, and I can respect that. I don't think she's rocking with Olandria either. That's not the point I'm making. The point I'm making is the girl is consistent. So I actually don't perceive Olandria as someone that's wishy-washy. His party affiliation, I don't know what you mean. Like political party. I think that there were rumors that Nick was a Republican. I think that those rumors were already proved to not be true. But I think that those rumors were already proved to not be true. Y'all tell me. My thing is, yeah, I think that people tried to say that and people proved that it wasn't true. Those were like rumors that people made up. Okay, I thought so, y'all. The party affiliation was up him when he was 16. Mm-hmm. Well, you can't have a party affiliation until you're 18 when you can register to vote. Unless it was like he was part of like Young Republicans or something. You know what I mean? Like that could be a thing. Listen. Somebody said he is socially liberal in every way. He might be an independent. My thing is, I be caring about how do you vote? Oh, they pre-register at 16 in Florida. The whole family is Democratic. Actually, to the point where he wanted Michelle and his family are registered Democrats. Y'all not gonna get me on that whole Dem Repub thing, because y'all should know by now that I think they're the same. Just from the way I be talking about shit, they not that different. I'm probably a little bit more of a comrade leaning person. Yes, please, baby. Y'all know me. I'm like, everybody should have access to food. Everybody should have access to somewhere to live. Like, I don't give a fuck about none of that all that other shit. Because all them motherfuckers is on the same goddamn list together. That's why they ain't really fighting to release them goddamn files. Hell yeah, Obama too. I said what I said. Because Obama, I'm never going to get off that man's neck. Well, I actually don't be on his neck like that. But I will say, when the whole fucking thing happened, when we were dealing with all the very public, because it's always been happening, right? But the very public unaliving of Black people by 12, and the LeBron and his team like tried to take a stand. You ain't said nothing, and now you telling them to calm it down. The way that man be telling people to not too much. Don't shake it too much. No, y'all. And look at the policies. Anyway, I'm not gonna get into that with y'all, but so yes, him too. They're all susceptible, y'all. I don't give a fuck. Okay, I'm reading my first panel up. I'm sorry, y'all.
Why you messing with my fantasy, Tina? Why you messing with my fantasy? Why you messing with my fantasy as Zaddy B? Don't do me.
Listen.
Don't do me as Zaddy B. I've been trying to get Michelle to throw these hands for the last 8 years. Don't play with me. Stop. Give me one thing, okay? The world takes enough from Black women. Don't give me one thing, okay? Not Zaddy B, okay? I could reserve a little pow pow in the back for him. Just give me Zaddy B.
I could not. I'm crying. Listen, I want y'all to do whatever you want to do. And y'all should know that I'm pretty radical in my politics.
No, we pretty much agree on a lot of things. Just give me Zaddy B. I can't. I still be trying to fight Michelle every time I see her on screen. So please, just give me Zaddy B.
Poppy. Listen, I loved the conversation that she recently opened up, actually, about the hair, and
yes.
Dr. Martin responding to it. I thought was really great. I think it's really interesting that people are trying to push back on Michelle as though that's not true. That's not like something that Black women just experience and go through. So yeah.
Why would Black women experience anything? Black women have it easy. What are you talking about? What? So bizarre. Why would Black women complain about anything? Such whiners. Oh my God. Ugh.
Everything is so easy for y'all. Like, yeah.
Pick yourself up by your bra strap already. Like, seriously?
Exactly. Exactly. Okay, Gigi, do you want to kick us off? I'm going to use the bathroom, but I can hear you.
Yeah, well, not too much. I just want to say hey. And just to clarify with the whole, because I know people bring up the whole voting thing a lot. So in the state of Florida, I don't know if they shifted it in a lot of districts. A lot of districts still pre-register at the age of 16. You will find a lot of young people register Republican in the state of Florida. That means nothing on the way that they vote when it comes to general elections. I've registered Republican very early on because there are a lot of scholarship opportunities when you register Republican, especially for a lot of Black kids. So that really just means nothing. So y'all could dead that argument. It is what it is. As far as the caricaturizing, JT dog, the caricaturizing of Black women and their features is just, it's so bizarre to me how people call this art. It's such low-hanging fruit, and it really just disgusts me how in the year of our Sky Daddy of 2025 that black people being the butt of jokes is still so widely palatable. And I just feel like find something else, and it just goes to show how we are truly moving away from the age of intellectualism. how this doesn't, thank you so much, how it really doesn't require that deep of a thought for you to look at this and go, this is problematic. You know, you could have picked something else. And it just truly is disappointing, especially the celebrities we've mentioned who are liking the photo and who are trying to big it up and make it more than the minstrel show that it is. And it's truly disgusting. It's just, it bothers me. And as for Jer Bear, I think you said it like very early on and it stuck with me, and it's something that like I really keep in my mind. And I think about it a lot when I have conversations, especially with young men. I had this conversation with my son recently, that when you said that Jeremiah is pro women the way Ace is pro black, but it doesn't necessarily mean that he's pro black. And I had this conversation with my son. I think it's very profound. I think it's something that people really should think about when they think about Jeremiah and his transactional relationships. And and as for Andreina, like you said, homegirl is consistent, ditzy consistent, got a great body. She did the hell out of that Salinas. But she is ditzy and consistent, and she is who she is. So I guess, you know, I can always give her props for that. As for Michelle and Alan, I'm gonna be nice because pre-therapy Gigi is about to come out. I'm gonna be nice because it's the internet, and the internet gets clipped, and pre-therapy Gigi about to come out, and I'm gonna leave her in the closet somewhere. Michelle continues to disappoint me on the daily. The more I think about it. Just because, I wanted better for her, and I wanted her trajectory to be bigger, and I wanted her to want more for herself, but I feel like she kind of stunted herself with the non-stances that she takes. And I think people should take that as a cautionary tale in all aspects of life, that you have to stand for something. You know what I mean? You have to, you have to take control of your narrative, be the author of your own story, or else people will write it for you, and you never know what corner they're going to write you into. And that's just, it is what it is. But like the live, be cute or keep it mute. I am here. The mods are here. We don't play. This is my favorite show on Sundays, so I'm gonna need y'all to get it together. Alrighty.
Thank you, Gigi. Y'all, I forgot to mention, so I'm gonna say it right now before the next person goes. But y'all know y'all keep me in the mess. Y'all be keeping me in the know. Why did I get a DM of Tark in the car, riding, going somewhere, child, and Clark is showing off the ring that she bought for 3D that's on his wedding ring finger.
I'm deceased.
Like I said, no,
I'm deceased. I'm deceased. Now she got a promise ring.
That's their storyline for Beyond the Villa. Let's be real. That's the storyline.
And it is.
She bought him a promise ring. I'm done.
I will be watching Beyond the Villa.
Listen, y'all, I'm telling you it's gonna be nice and messy, because these are a bunch of people that I need to make the videos. I'm so sorry, y'all. I know I've been going live, but I have not been making the videos. I apologize. But y'all saying it's a promise ring. They too goddamn old for promise rings. I'm sorry. It's giving shotgun wedding. I don't care. I said what I said.
TMZ reporting that rumor of her being pregnant. Who did y'all PR team pay? Y'all don't have fans. Let's be real. I'm not entertaining this. Like, no, baby, this is your storyline. Why TMZ, Clark and Taylor, let's be serious. Baby, somebody paid for that. And then the promise rings, like, I see the storyline. I'm going to watch because I'm a messy bitch who lives for drama. But let's be real. They don't have.
You're telling me, I'm sorry. You're telling me that TMZ reported that she's pregnant?
There's a whole article talking about fans are talking about Clark possibly being pregnant. Baby, that is PR if I've ever seen PR.
Dark Skin Love Girl is saying, but she's been showing her stomach ever since. Listen, I know that y'all are old enough to have watched Ricky Lake and Jenny Jones. And I know that y'all know for a fact that there are sometimes bellies can be hidden for a very long time. It's getting worse, Mia. It's getting worse. But y'all, I listen. Subscribers, y'all already know. I already gave y'all my little predictions. Anyway, okay, K Boogie, please give us your thoughts. Boo.
Hey y'all. Excuse me, Jesus Christ. Anyways, hey y'all. I wanted to talk about 404 and how she annoys the crap out of me, but I
Period.
also wanted to talk about like this little dissertation I saw on TikTok the other day about her. So someone was talking, correlating what she's dealing with right now with a Black Mirror episode called Nosedive. I don't know if you watch Black Mirror. I'm obsessed and have been traumatized by the show. It's beautiful. Anyway, there's this one episode where it's basically your whole life revolves around social media and people's opinions of you. If you walk past someone and you bump them on accident, they can automatically rate you a 1 star and lower your star rating and all stuff. It's crazy, okay? So this lady was basically equating her with the woman from Nosedive. And honestly, it made so much sense. Imagine, like, Sierra has been a social media person for a long time. She's only ever really had like positivity for her and everything until we saw her personality, and her personality made me want to vomit in my mouth. I'm sorry. I have not liked this woman since episode like 3. Only sincerely because I like something in the back of my brain wanted to slap her every time she spoke to me. She just like grinded so many years. But I think she had some type of ego. I think she loved being what is it called? A bombshell. She loved that she could come in and take somebody's man. She never wanted to be main cast. She always wanted to come in like that. And we also could equate that to Ace because his ego is off the charts for no reason. Mr. Labubu, have a seat. Anyways, the way that she came off of the show having so much negative backlash kind of like lowered her ratings so much, and now she's not able to cope with that, which is something that we do see in the show as well. The woman's rating goes down substantially to like a 1 point something, and it just like completely lowers her and she doesn't know how to live. My thought process, and also the thought process of the lady in the TikTok, was that she should have just got off of the internet. Nobody's forcing you to be here. You apparently have a successful business that you can live off of until you can come back to the internet and basically ignore the whole racial situation. Do that instead of crying to us about how much you're so upset and you're gaining weight and oh my god, my life. Your life would be easier if you just got offline. Do that. Olandria barely posts anything like just about her. She just posting all of the amazing stuff that she's doing because of the backlash that she gets online. Do the same thing, babe. Actually, don't even do that. We don't want to see what you're doing. We just want you to leave. Get out of my face. Please. I would love that. Because I can't stand seeing her on my timeline. I thought I blocked her, then I saw her crying and it made me mad. Okay, I got offline for a few minutes. Just fanatic, maybe, I don't know. But yeah, that's just a big thing. Like, if you really can't handle it, be Colleen Ballinger and leave the internet. We don't need you. There's a million other people who do the exact same thing, look cute in pictures or whatever, and that's it. You can make money a million different ways. Don't allow this to ruin your self-esteem, first of all, because her self-esteem is gone. Why would you allow these random nobodies on the internet who don't know you to ruin you like that? I'm not gonna do it. So why would you? I don't care how many followers you have. Also, people are really catching Michelle in a lot of lies, and I think it's hilarious. Your face. She just lies about small stuff. Like how she said she was the oldest of 5 children, and her parents came at her and was like, "Girl, you are not the oldest." And I guess she meant to say she was the oldest girl, but the way that she explained it was stupid, and I really think she was just trying to like saying, I'm the oldest child who had to take care of all of my. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. And you've admitted that before. But I'm running out of time. So bye, guys.
Okay, y'all, if you don't see, Ilea is in the chat. Ilea, I have to tell you that the girlies, the people have been asking for you. They are ready for us to go live together. So I am going to definitely just text you and we can set up a day and time because people want to hear your thoughts, especially as we've been talking about Beyond the Villa. And just everything that is coming with that. People have they want to hear your thoughts. So we got to make it happen. So y'all follow Eileen if you don't follow her already. She is an ex-reality TV producer, and she does amazing videos that give you insight into like reality TV, like what's actually going on behind the scenes. What are you actually seeing? Why does that scene look like that? What can you pick up? So she is great. Oh, Madam DC, look at you crying in my comments. I'm not your therapist, baby, and I'm not going to be nice to you. So I suggest you play nice in the sandbox because I'm not going to be nice to you. I'm not going to be nice to you. She did do some videos about it. I agree, Mia. It will be epic. Y'all, I didn't know. Oh, will you pin Ilea, please? They want to be able to follow her. Ilea, will you comment so they can pin you real quick? Yeah. But yeah, Ilea is amazing. Okay, Skylar, please give us your thoughts, my love. I didn't know about the lies, y'all. Y'all know I've only been on what y'all be telling me.
I more or less have a question for you. Yeah. I was noticing a pattern on Twitter with the JT thing. I was shocked, honestly, when I saw that. But it was a lot of gay black men that were dogpiling a lot on Alandria and like using this as a reference to her. And I was wondering why do you think that happens? What is like the correlation there? Like, why is it so many gay black men that are constantly dogpiling on her and constantly hating her? Down to misogyny and how she's undesirable and the way she looks and like commenting on her body. Is there a reason why?
That's a great question, Skylar. I think that I don't want to speak for an entire community, but I will say that it's not uncommon to know that misogyny is still, Siobhan, that's it, because there's still men. Misogyny is still rampant in queer community. I think also that like, speaking as a black person that is in queer spaces, sometimes it is not, oh yes, Jules, please go ahead and request and come up so that you can also give your perspective. It is not uncommon for people to, it is not uncommon for black queer people to be in spaces that are queer spaces that are predominantly not black. And so definitely can also ingest like ideology of whiteness that we're all susceptible to. Oh, Ilea just posted. Will you tag her?
Mine's not letting me.
Oh, Gigi, will you pin it?
Because I was just trying to and it wasn't.
But yeah, so I do.
Sorry, the app is weird. If you have a panel, it won't let you pin.
Oh, stupid. Okay, Ilea just commented, "Love this group with 2 hearts, y'all."
Go follow.
Click on her face and follow. Okay. And so it is a lot of anti-blackness that can be, and again, nobody is free from that possibility. But they can be very, I know she's so close. Let's do it, y'all. Go follow. So that also can show up in that community as well. Jules is up here and it's on that side of Twitter, so Jules is gonna get his thoughts.
Okay. Now I feel put on the spot, low-key. But okay, so there's so much to dissect into that because it's a very like certain side of like the black gay boys that be like this. Like it's the same ones that dogpile like the Normanis of the industry, a lot of like the dark-skinned girls who are out here winning and ain't doing shit to nobody. Hey y'all. The JT thing now, that's my sis. Like, that's my girl. Like, I'm sorry. Like, I love her down. I think that I love that she doesn't say shit about anything that she does and she just let it be what it is. But I feel like this is something that she needs to like come and like kind of speak on. Like, she ain't got to say a whole lot, but speak on it. My perception of it when I first saw it was like, okay, like she's like following the theme of her music. Like, Was that No Bars? Yeah, No Bars. At the end of the song, she was like, "Bitches copping syringes like to get the lips that she got." So I feel like it was kind of feeding into that and like bimbo, kind of culture and like that whole thing. That's what I took from it at first. It was jarring. I will admit, it was jarring as hell. I was like, "Whoa, what is this?" But then I was like, "Okay, maybe like this is like relating to like the shit that she's been talking about, like with you know." non-black women or whatever, like getting fillers to kind of like have black features that people picked on her for having since she was a kid. That's what I kind of took from it initially. Now to the whole Alondra thing, I saw some like men being weird about it, but then like I saw also other people being like, okay, like I don't understand why y'all are taking this as like a jab at her though. Like I think Alondra is beautiful, blah blah blah. But at the same time, I'm like, I feel like people are already like black people in general are already feeling a way about this shoot, and so for black gay men to kind of throw Alondra into the mix was very odd and random to me. But they're the same ones that be like, oh, I'm tired of seeing this Love Island girl all over my TL. I'm tired of her. I'm tired of her. So like I feel like it's like those same ones are the ones that love, and no shade, I love Kylie too, but like that's the only one I like. But like the Kylies, the Kardashians, those be the same gays that love those women, like the ones that love, the Ari the Dawn. I don't know if y'all know who that is, but like Ari Fletcher, whatever her name is, Jada Waiters, all the girls who like are plastic surged up, like those are the black gay boys that stand them and hate women like Alondra, the natural black girls, the ones that, they call shea butter Twitter, type of women, or, like ones that largely black women back, those subsection of gay black men cannot stand. I don't know why. I'm assuming there's no love in the home. They don't love their mama. Like, I don't know what it is. But it is really weird. I don't really get it. But it's always that certain, like, archetype of gay black men that have those like similar characteristics of like only liking like the surged up plastic Real Housewife type of black woman, or like like I said, an Ari Fletcher, Jada Waiter, or any of like the bimbo like type of girls. They only like those. But like anytime you bring in like the women who are doing some real shit for their community, or they're all natural or whatever it is, they just don't be living for that. Like they like the girls that be messy, like the girls who get dogged out by rappers. Like it's like y'all said, men are gonna be men at the end of the day. And a lot of those same boys, I kind of gonna clock some tea here a little bit. A lot of those same boys be messing with the DL black men, the ones they not getting the love from, and those same women don't get love from their men. So there's a connection there. They relate to those girls. Those are the girls that they growing up with. Like those are gutter boys at the end of the day. A lot of the times, like those are the boys that be in the streets. So there's the connection in my eyes. I didn't clock that till just now, but yeah, I think that's the connection. Like they relate to those gutter girls. They relate to gutter bitches because they're gutter niggas. Like that's really all it is.
Yeah. I will say this too, right? Like I think that sometimes we haven't, and I'm not saying you're doing this, Skylar, but I think that sometimes we have like it's like off-putting, I think is what it is. It's off-putting to see someone that's black and to see someone that's queer who has had to deal with a double marginalization, like this intersectional oppression, have such awful takes toward a black woman who is also living in a double marginalized identity in the United States. And so because we're off put by it, we forget that all the same things that all the rest of us are susceptible to, they are as well. We're all growing up under anti-blackness. We're all growing up under misogyny. We're all growing up under these systems. And so the same way they have to unpack their shit, or the same way we have to unpack our shit, they have to unpack their shit too. And so I think it's very off-putting when we realize like, oh, you haven't, and you've bought into it in such a large way.
Wait, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys, are on Twitter, but I don't know if it crossed over to TikTok. But there was a whole argument, like maybe almost 3 weeks ago now, about Raymonte, and like there was this like whole thing on Twitter. They were calling it Raymonte Black Gays, Raymonte Gays, whatever you want to call it. Of like they were like shunning people who like are fans of Raymonte. Because Raymonte just goes around on the internet and twerks to be loud and like make jokes and stuff like that. And they were like, these are like, they were trying to categorize him as like a ghetto black gay. And they were saying like those same gays follow him. And I don't think I'm one of those gays at all. I know for a fact I'm not, but I enjoy Raymonte. I appreciate the fact that like he came from nothing and is building something of himself and like is trying to like elevate himself and throw himself into some type of like community work and like like I feel like he's doing stuff that a lot of gay black boys don't see in themselves to be able to do. And like this is where y'all love that word nuance. I feel like there isn't a lot of nuance in the black gay community. Like people just think it's just this or that, and you're like they for a community that doesn't want to be labeled anything, they love labels. Like we just love it for whatever reason. And I feel like if they could get rid of that, we could dismantle that type of conversation with the Raymonte black gays and the same shit with Alondria. But I also will say a lot of people that I usually see on Twitter be ignorant towards black women, or like not all black women, but like certain things, or like say certain ignorant things, like we all do from time to time. I've also seen a lot of the gays like living for Alondria on Twitter though. Like, I mean, people that I would not expect.
I've seen that too. It was just a question because the person that started it on Twitter was somebody who's been actively against Alandria. It was just something I noticed.
Oh, see, yeah, you gotta pay the ones that act like that. Like they just gonna hate regardless. Like I don't know, like leave them alone.
And when I found out that they get paid on Twitter, I was kind of shocked because I was like, that's why all of these hate tweets got blue check marks, because y'all are getting money off of this.
Yes, and them hooded defenders, they still ride at large. Like,
yup.
So here's the other thing too. I want to comment to someone in the comments. Number one, thank y'all for the follows. Number two, yes, sometimes TikTok be being weird. So if you followed me before and all of a sudden it's asking you to follow me again, just like check and make sure that you are still following me, because TikTok is weird. And sometimes it I even has me unfollow people. Sometimes I'm like, I know I was following that person. TikTok is weird. Also, thank you so much for 89,000, almost 90,000 likes. Let's go ahead and get us to 100K. Yeah, again, I want us to, and Skylar, I know that like, you're just asking about the nuance of it, right? But like, I want us to also just remember that, yeah, they're susceptible to the same shit. I wanted to comment about something you said real quick, Jules, and then Skylar, I'm going to give you the rest of your time so that you can use it however you want. But I also want to just name about JT. I understand how people wanted to perceive it. What she said was, y'all are going to talk about me for looking crazy anyway, so I'm going to give y'all something crazy to look at. That's what she said about what the intention of the art was. And somebody said it in the comments, and I think that this is important to remember. And I've talked about this a little bit before, but somebody in the comments said something along the lines of like, celebrities are not intellectuals. Like we need to stop giving them all of this. Like we just assume that they have the range for certain conversations that they don't. You know what I'm saying? And I've said to y'all before that we have to remember that oftentimes we will look at people, and because this country that we all live in positions wealth and proximity to whiteness as being like absolute tops in this country, that we will excuse or look to them to be people that have insight around things that they don't fucking have the range around, right? And so, yeah, so it's on her last post, Jules, where she tells like what was the intention of her art.
She ate that. I don't care. Like shit, that was so funny. I'm gonna give y'all some crazy look at. Like, yeah, I agree 100%. Like, stop looking to these celebrities to be like the navigator of your moral compass. Like, no, that's not their job. Like, they're here to entertain. Like, that's why she's doing this. She's an entertainer. That's it, and that is all. Like, stop expecting her to be like some high what do you call it? Like an idol for somebody, like somebody's kids to look up to. Like, no, this girl was in here rapping about being a city girl. She's from Miami. Miami is ignorant. Like, that is her all day. Like, she's going to be ignorant.
And I need y'all to understand, like, okay, this is shady, so I'm not going to say no shade. I need y'all to understand that some of these people that are famous are just not very smart, right? Like, they're just not, y'all. And so expecting them to all have the nuance, to have and I'm not saying it's an excuse, Brooke. I'm not saying it's an excuse. I'm just saying don't be shocked by their behavior. Let's have the conversation maybe amongst ourselves. But just because they're famous and because they have wealth, people automatically, subconsciously, that means to us that they must have some level, like they must be right. They must, right? I've talked to y'all about this with the example with Meg and Glorilla versus Glorilla and her makeup artist. Her makeup artist was fucking right. But nobody got on Glorilla. Very few people got on Glorilla about how she acted with her makeup artist, because Glorilla was the person with power in that dynamic. But as soon as Glorilla acted the same way with Meg, because Meg has more power, people were on Meg's side. So you need to understand that even her makeup artist didn't actually say anything. All she did was posted a picture, and people talked about Glorilla's looks. And so Glorilla started talking shit to the makeup artist and talking crazy about the makeup artist. Makeup artist was not in the wrong at all. All she was doing was showing her work, and people allowed Glorilla to act like that with her when the makeup artist was not in the wrong in that situation. But simply because she had power, people overlooked the bad behavior. So you need to also be mindful of, when you are engaging with artists, am I expecting more from them than what they're actually capable of? Right? Okay, Skylar, I want to give you back the rest of your time to use however you see fit. So I'm going to give you another like 4-ish minutes, because all you did was ask the question.
The only other thing I have to say is that it is very suspicious that all of this stuff about Nick came out after he started dating Alandria. That's all I'm gonna say, is they have taken a deep dive. Okay, I'm sorry, I do not hate anybody enough to scroll through anybody's Instagram liked. I mean, girl, you could not get me to go on Donald Trump's Instagram page. Like, I don't know. And like most of the stuff that they find, whatever, it's from when he was a teenager. Name me somebody at 16 or 17 that has, like, I don't know. It's crazy to me that every single time, you know, that these things come up and these conversations are had, that there's not like a level of understanding that he was 16 years old. Like, a lot of people in the state of Florida, like someone on the panel said, they register as Republican when they are that young, because it opens the door for better opportunities for themselves. I'm not saying we know what his political affiliations are. I mean, from what we've seen so far, I guess he doesn't, like, he's not political. We haven't seen it, right? So I have no opinion on it, because I've never seen something from recent that proves to that, but that's all I have to say.
I think that's a valid point. That people are like, it was one thing when people were on the show, right? Like everybody, I think some people want to know who they're supporting. I'm not gonna lie, when I was watching the show, I scrolled back through, like, I think on the first episode, it wasn't very long that I stopped supporting Honda Civic. So, but I went to her page and I scrolled through her stuff. Like, I went to go find them on social media, the ones that I was like, oh, I kind of, you know, they're cute. Let me see a little something about them. But so that I can know what I'm backing. But I do think that for it to still be persisting, and for some of the same shit to be coming back out again that y'all already revealed, it's giving obsessed. So yeah. Noelle, please give us your thoughts.
Why are you so obsessed with me? Yeah, so regarding the JT thing. Oh, I only got 3 minutes. The JT thing. So I have been reporting like crazy on Twitter, because I've been on a reporting. I don't go back and forth with people. I'm not like a Twitter warrior. I just was like, reporting racist tropes. Hate, yes, please, Twitter. And it has been so painful to me, partially on JT's side, because I used to like JT. God help me. I used to like JT, but I'm like, either she's ignorant of the painful history of the imagery, like that she's inadvertently created with this image, or like you said, respectfully, she doesn't have the intellectual bandwidth to pull off the art of subversion. She didn't have anything of merit to say with this photo shoot. All she had was caricature. And worse, to me, she had no one on her team who had the awareness to say, this imagery is missing the mark. How can we elevate this art to something worth observing? And aside from all of the blatant racists who are reacting to it on Twitter, there's way too many people for me who are unaware of their internalized anti-Blackness. Like, the image was startling, it was disturbing, and like in the caption that you even read, JT said on purpose that it was purposefully crazy, and yet people are defending the people mistaking it for Alandria. I'm like, either if you have that level of internalized anti-Blackness where you see a caricature basically of a Black woman and you feel comfortably, like your first thought is, oh, this looks like Alandria, I'm like, either stay shamefully silent that you equivocated those two images, or if you want to talk about it, confess to having internalized anti-Blackness that you're having to overcome. Like, I looked at this woman with freakishly, obscenely large lips, purposefully designed that way, and I felt comfortable saying that I mistook it for an actual human being. And last night I was in a live and I kind of equated it to like if I saw an image of a woman with like cartoonishly, grossly oversized eyes to the point where they looked like something was very wrong with them. And then people were saying, "Oh, I thought this was, Tracy Ellis Ross or whatever else." Everyone would immediately understand that to be insulting. Everyone would know that that was not a compliment, that that was shady, that was a knock on her. But people, for some reason, feel perfectly comfortable saying like, "Well, Allah does have large lips. Their cheekbones look alike, whatever." That's not the same. So, and the fact that it was Black people who were making the mistake, not white people. The people who claim to love her feel way too comfortable, like shaming Black features, or I don't know, or participating in like racist attacks against her, and defending others' right to do so online. It was disgusting. I know I'm out of time, but I do have one more thing to say if I'm allowed.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing is, after watching everything that Alandria has experienced like this past weekend, I am really hoping that if anything, I guess, positive comes out of it, that I'm really wanting Jessie Wu to speak up. She's not obligated in any way to publicly speak for or defend anyone, but she has made it very clear how disgusting and disturbing she found attacks against Shelley that she attributed to Alandria's camp, and somehow either had the inability or unwillingness to see attacks the other way. And the attacks that I've seen this week from the Shalacers, both in terms of like shaming Alandria, calling her names, like playing into all types of racist tropes, and then using this hate train to then attack her family. Like they were mocking the fact that her dad went to prison and said, "Oh, at least Shelley has had both parents in her home," calling Alandria's mom a prostitute, like all kinds of attacks. And I'm like, if people are still unwilling to acknowledge, like, yes, there's toxicity both ways. Yes, there's things that need to be called out both ways, and are still insisting on making Alandria the perpetrator or the one responsible for the toxicity, then I feel like that's another version of anti-Blackness. But that's all I had to say on that.
That was so beautifully said, Noelle. Thank you for your thoughts. Yes, y'all, I showed you the picture so that you can know what we're talking about when we're talking about the Alandria and JT picture. What JT's comment was she said, "The story is fuck how people view me. I'll always look crazy to someone, so why not give them something crazy to look at?" And what we talked about earlier was like how she needs to be aware of the fact that the exaggeration of Afrocentric features and then labeling that crazy, how that is problematic and rooted in anti-Blackness. And yes, I love all those thoughts. Thank you, Noelle. But I just wanted to give you all the context because you were asking those that just came in. Okay, Anne, please go ahead and give your thought.
Hello, beautiful people. First of all, shout out to Isla. I've been interacting with her content and she's been interacting with mine. I love that she's giving some of the shows a try. I hope you guys watch All Her Fault on Peacock because it was mind-bending. Also, for those of you who are on the live, if you do come in late, the replays are available on her YouTube at CX Limit. Also, what else am I going to say? I'm kind of cleaning at the same time. I want to say the caricature of Black women have been done for the longest time. Even in terms of like in Hollywood, we see how, Medea and even Martin Lawrence has done it with Shanae. The over-exaggeration of darker skinned Black women, right? And we think of it as art and it's funny. And people have came at Ari Lennox for saying, Martin's a legend, it's a great show, but we can't avoid that there was so much anti-Blackness going on in television in the 80s or 90s or whatever that time was, right? And so, like, it's been done before. It's not like anything new under the sun. What JT did, I think that she may have had the right intentions, but she just went about it the wrong way. Because kind of like enlarging her lips, at first when you showed that picture, you're talking about JT. I assumed you were talking about JT from, what's the name, City Girls. But then I looked at her list, I'm like, who that? For real, I honestly did not recognize her. I was like, who is this? All right. So I want to point out that after watching Love and Hip Hop Atlanta, I did notice that at one point, what's her name? Spice did something similar where she basically dyed her skin white to bring awareness to skin bleaching happening in Africa. And a lot of people did say perhaps that's anti-blackness too. Maybe she suffers from colorism, because why would a beautiful dark-skinned black woman cover her skin like that? But she said it was just her telling her story of feeling like if she were in a lighter skin, she'd be treated better. And in Jamaica, oh, thank you, Nikisha. I know she's Jamaican. I didn't know she was talking about. When I thank you, Ivy. When I speak about it, I usually think about Africa because I do watch a lot of South African Nollywood shows on Netflix, and they do highlight a lot of the skin bleaching in terms of like the beauty companies and how Black people make their money. So my mind always goes there. But yes, the skin bleaching is very prevalent in Jamaica. I'm pretty sure it does happen in Haiti too, and I'll tell you why. Because our when it comes to white supremacy in the Caribbeans, ours as Haitians comes from being French. So like I have cousins, if you speak French or you're more adjacent to your French culture, and even I had like my aunt and my grandmother who had like the nice silky hair. The more closer you are to your French attributes, the better you're treated, or the more education you have if you speak. It's a big problem amongst the Asians as well. Dark skin lover girl, clock it. That is very, very true. Talking about the Asians, you got me thinking about it. That's why some of them are always with their umbrella and they act like they're afraid of the sun. They're trying to preserve the lightness of their skin, and it's ridiculous. Yes, it does happen in Haiti. Thanks, Mimi. Yeah, colorism and classism a lot in Jamaica. That is so true. So the closer you are to whiteness or proximity to whiteness, the people think you're higher echelon or you're more educated or you live a better lifestyle. While when the French came, just like they did in America, you're diluting my culture. My language comes from the French. So to think that the Haitian language, and there are different dialects in each language, right? That my language came from the French, to kind of like dilute our culture and say things like that is making it seem like what? That we're ghetto. We're not as educated. And that's the same thing that they're doing to Alandria. So clock it to who said, I think Noel that said it above me. This is the time where Jesse Wu, you claim that you are for women, and particularly dark-skinned women as yourself. This is the time to speak up. And in that moment to say, on some level, I don't like what's going on because I feel like she's trying to triangulate or try to pit the women against each other. Or it's always Ola versus Shelly. What happened to, I know Shalandria is no longer a brand, but shouldn't we be for all Black women? Otherwise, it's performative allyship. You're not really for real for us, or you're not really for Black women. She doesn't like Ola. Yes, I've heard, rumor has it is that she doesn't like Ola because she allegedly did not get an interview. And then again, like I said, with the triangulation, trying to put the women against each other, gonna blame Ola's fans for causing, what was that word again? It's one of her favorite things to talk about.
Xenophobia.
Yes, thank you so much, Antoinette. Causing xenophobia toward Shelly. And my thing is, I loved Tina's review about this. Relevance. I'm really thinking like I'm thinking like a lawyer. Excuse me. How is that relevant to the story? And again, like Tina said, it's nothing but distractions. Beautiful gowns. And lastly, I did watch a Jessie members video. She spoke about some anti-Blackness going on. She loves to call it out in other people. Here's the thing. Why not call it out within yourself? Because again, performative allyship. What's that name's girl? Travis Kelce's ex-girlfriend. They found old stuff that had surfaced of her being anti-Black. And now it makes sense why she likes white boys. That's all I say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne, for your thoughts. I don't know if they're still here, y'all, but I did see a couple of y'all talking to Lane 878 in the comments. Y'all, I'm telling you right now, Lane is a troll. Ignore Lane. Lane and Shello. If they ever come in here, y'all, just let them yap, okay? They be liking my content and engaging with it, but they low-key don't like me. They just be over here hate watching. You know what I'm saying? So just ignore them. They're not like harmful, so I don't block them, but they just be saying shit, y'all. So just let them Let them say what they say and don't go back and forth with them, y'all. I think Lane is my ace defender, and Shello, I think, also is a shalacer that comes in here. So just be mindful. Don't let them use up your energy. I agree with everything that you said, and Noelle, about this would be the moment for Jessie to speak up. I don't believe it will happen, because my thought, right, which I shared this, my thought is I don't think that she actually cares what happens to Olandria. I don't think she actually cares. I think she does not like Olandria, and instead of speaking from a place of honesty and being like, I like Shelly, that's my girl, that's who I'm rocking with, and so I don't fuck with Olandria. Instead of just being honest about that, she commented on it, and that's why I think her take was not great, because I don't think she actually cares. A lot of y'all are saying that she feels like maybe Olandria deserves it. Either way, I think that in her mind, I do think that there is some level of like, if I choose one, I can't choose the other. I think that that's happening for her, whether she's conscious of it or not. And so I think it skews her responses. And so I don't think that, I would be shocked if she said something and it was actually thoughtful and good. Like I would be shocked by that. I'd be happy to be proven wrong, but I don't know if I think she's actually going to. Antoinette, please give us your thoughts. Also, Nikki, I see you hanging out. I will rotate you out for a non-subscriber in just a second. Antoinette, please go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Hey guys, I loved everything you guys have said so far. To bring it back to anti-blackness as a whole, and specifically like JT, it's not. No, let me be clear. The way we're moving into a conservative country, unconsciously or consciously, we could take that back all the way to the villa. Now, I am honest. Like I'm growing, right? So I'm always honest. A lot of us, black folks, black women, we were all like, so I'll say it, proud that Alandria and Shelly and Coco did not have sex on that show. Why were we so happy about that? Why did we care so much? Why are people so, when they defend Sierra, I'm sorry, whatever, when they defend Sierra, it's always, he had sex with that girl. Sex does not happen to women unless it's grape. They had consensual sex. It was two people who made a decision. Why do you speak about what they did in that way? Because we as a society are becoming more and more conservative. Let's just be real. And I'll include myself in it. Like, I too was one of the people who was like, dang, they sure wouldn't. The black girls, they didn't do it, right? Like, we were all very, very proud. And I think we have to be honest about that. Even myself, and because I have to check myself, I have been, since the show, I cringed when, Landria's signature pose where she grabs her chest. And it's not because, if Alandria was one of my homegirls, I love it. It's more because I, just like she, am aware of how people were already perceiving her as this Jezebel, as this sex kitten. And let's be honest, a lot of people are, fans and not fans, were seeing her as this overly sexual being, even when she herself is like, don't touch me. She's touching herself, and like, I would cringe because I'm just like, this is just giving people more ammo to think whatever thoughts about you they already are, especially about dark-skinned women. And I think that that's all a symptom basically of us becoming slowly but surely a more conservative country, whether we want to be honest about that or not. And like I said, I can soul search, I can be honest about me being, that's how I felt. Like, every time she did it, I'd be like, oh god, this is going to be something else. Even when I think they had a Greek fest and she let Nick's sister like grab her behind to take a picture, and I was just like, cute, funny. That should have been in like y'all personal drafts, because I already had saw tweets and comments like making very weird comments about it, like overly sexual comments about it. So yeah, that's all a symptom of just us becoming a more conservative culture in general, which is why JT's entire thing was, like I saw it and I said, ew. I also, whenever I stopped following Jeremiah, it's not shocking to me that Jeremiah, Ace, and Taylor were the original trio. They say it all the time. Like, three black guys. First of all, black people, we gravitate to each other in situations where there's mostly white people in general. Shelly and Olandria, Exhibit A. But, like, it didn't shock me because y'all, of course y'all have the same views. Y'all are around the same age. Y'all are black guys in your 20s. Like, even if y'all are in different parts of America, y'all are all consuming the same barbershop-esque content, same like, our culture as black people is very conservative, especially in the South, but in general, we are very conservative people. Whether people want to acknowledge that in full honesty or not, but it's very conservative, which is why, like, even Alandria, like, I'm not shocked by her views on certain things, which is why I also be like, I be wanting people who are Alandria fans, if they are also very, 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 very strong in their personal social beliefs, to like disengage, because baby, you may not like what she has to say. Like, her saying I want to be feminine and soft, if that makes you feel some type of way, detach. Because the reality is, Alandria is 1 in a million dark-skinned black women, light-skinned black women across this country who are not like, I'm not talking Republican, but yes, and socially can be very conservative. So it's not shocking to me, and I don't think people are very honest with themselves about that within our culture. Like, just not honest. But also, his Jeremiah more than once has written cookies and cream underneath one of Alandria's posts when she posts with Nick, and I am so, and it's not funny. Like, it's not funny. It's disgusting. Oh my God, please. Like, it's so nasty. And I'm just like, and I think he thinks he's funny, and of course the people who like it and comment on it, they think he's funny. I'm like, y'all can't, this is feeding into that idea of swirl, that idea of Nick is actually objectifying, like, that it feeds into the idea that Nick is secretly objectifying her in some way. Because what do you mean, and why are you saying it? Some things we can say to ourselves. Like, I don't understand why you feel the need to say this, outside of the fact that, again, you, Ace, and Taylor all have the same views about women and black people in general, whether y'all want to be honest about that or not. Like, it's not shocking to me. A paper bag? What'd I do?
Thank you, Antoinette, for your thoughts. Okay, listen, y'all. I seen somebody in the comments that was like, it's not that serious, and I'm gonna lovingly start here. I'm gonna lovingly start with, this may not be the life for you. Because it actually is that serious. And if you don't have the capacity to stretch yourself in that way, then this may not be the space for you. Because over here, we always go a little bit deeper than what y'all are looking at on the top, right? Because the reality is, if it was a non-black man referring to, hi Mika, if it was a non-black man referring to his mixed race friends in that way, it's more than just corny. It's more than just corny. I want y'all to understand. I want y'all to understand the history of fetishization. I want y'all to understand that. I want y'all to understand equating them to food is weird, y'all. Like, and it actually is that deep. And if you don't know how to have that conversation, then that's okay. But this is not the space for you. Okay? This is not your room. Okay? And am I lagging for anyone else? I think maybe it's only you, Janae, and if it is, just leave and come back. So if it doesn't feel that deep to you, then baby, this is just not the room for you. And again, that is okay, but you don't get to come in here and police the people in here. I say it all the time. That's why somebody in my comments said, if I had $1 for every time you have to give this goddamn disclaimer, child, they would be rich. Because the reality is, and I use this example all the time, if you are at a kindergarten level of nuance and understanding, you cannot come into the college classroom and say, can you water it down for me? No, either step up to the fucking plate or find a different classroom or sit quietly and just learn. Okay? Those are your 3 choices that you have, right? So I want you to just let yourself sit and understand that this might feel too deep for you. And what is that about that for you? And what can you take away from this conversation if you don't see it that way? Can you let yourself listen long enough to learn something? Because I promise you, my panelists are always spitting hot ass fire. So just let yourself be open to hearing what they're saying and why it is in fact that deep. Okay, I'm gonna go up to Nikki and then Kay.
Hey, Tina, I'm still ill, so I'm going to try to make this as brief as possible. I just want to have a conversation with my generation for a minute because this has really been bothering me. When I saw that image, I just saw it for the first time since you brought it up. I saw that people were talking about it, but I wasn't curious enough to go and see it for myself. I thought it was just the basic beef, that I wanted to stay out of. Then I saw the image with you, or when you said go look it up, and my first reaction was like gasp, like what is this? This is disgusting. And then I realized another moment in my life where I said the exact same thing, but for a different reason. And I don't know if somebody brought this up because I did fall asleep at one point. I apologize. But that gasp and disgusted reaction that I had was about 30 years ago. No, 20 something years ago. When I watched A Different World. And it was that episode when Whitley brought out the mammy. And Kim got so disgusted that that Whitley wanted to do an art, what's the thing called? Exhibit surrounding Mammy and what she represented. And when I grew up in a very conservative, anti-Black, uber Christian, household where just steeped in respectability. Watching that and having that visceral reaction the same way I had it, but for two different reasons, makes me one say, I have changed. I have progressed. But it also made me realize what's the story that was happening then is not the same story being told today. And what I've noticed is that the more my generation is raising kids, we're getting further from our history and what we've gone through to get to the progress that we have. So therefore, the newer generations are coming up going into comments being like, it's not that big a deal. So I just had that crazy, because that was, if y'all have not watched that episode, Different World is on Netflix. You all need to go and watch it. It was the first time in my life that I found out how beautiful Mammy really was. What a cherished imagery that we should be celebrated. Now, had that been the point of this whole thing, I would have been all on board because that would have had historical context surrounding it. It would have been telling the story of Blackness and our beauty and how they have caricaturized us, even though we have been the mothers, we have been the nurturers, we have been the loves of society. We are Mother Earth. But then to see another Black woman basically say, well, you're going to make fun of these big lips and I'm going to give you something to talk about. Here they are. Make fun of me. I know I'm ugly. When in reality, I bet you she really thinks she is. I think she really, I don't buy it that this is something creative and art. I think this is how you actually probably see yourself. And it's kind of like that defense mechanism, like I'm going to make fun of you before you make fun of me. But we all know that we're really feeling this way. But in order for me not to feel bad or not to think that it's about me, I'm going to make fun of it. So, joke's on you. So I just wanted to encourage those outside of my generations, go find that episode. And then after you watch that episode, then come back and tell me if you see if you have the same reaction watching that episode and watching JT, if it's the same thing. Thank you.
Thank you, Nikki. Beautiful thoughts. Okay, those of y'all that are asking, JT is a rapper, formerly part of City Girls. You can go to Instagram, type in JT, you will find her. You will see the pictures that people are talking about. And if you have never seen A Different World, it is an amazing show. I feel like it's like a canon event as a Black person to watch it. You should be watching A Different World, Living Single, watch The Cosby Show some way if Bill is not still making money off of it.
I know. Before I wanted to ask you this because it's something that I would like for you to review. You know, the reboot is happening.
I do. I heard.
Uh-huh. I mean, listen, I'm not saying we can talk about it now. I'm just saying it was transformative then. Debbie Allen, I've been watching a lot of interviews about the making of it, from where it started into how it landed. And honestly, Debbie Allen saved that show from when it started. She saved it and brought out a lot of taboo topics that we weren't allowed to talk about it. It was very interesting because this is why y'all need to go and watch the original one, because it really puts into perspective what was not really we were not talking about mainstream. So when she wanted to talk about the AIDS HIV crisis, and she was stopped by the network. She called in one of her best friends, the heavy hitter, to come in. And that's when, because advertisers were backing out. And you know who the heavy hitter was? Whoopi Goldberg. Do you know when that aired? I had just lost my uncle to AIDS. I had just, and I scared to tell anybody. I was told never to tell anybody. Because he lived with us, and the conversation was, you didn't want people at school to think you have it.
Yeah.
So when I say it's problematic and it's aged well in a lot of ways.
And here's the thing, y'all, and I'm gonna say this, and then we'll get off of A Different World. But like when you watch the shows, I'm never telling you to watch a show because I'm like, oh, it's perfect in every single. No, I tell y'all all the time to watch everything critically, but it should invite certain conversations into the room that are important conversations for you to have with yourself and the people around you. Also, Ivy just said that y'all can probably rent The Cosby Show from your local library, and then that way you're not, because I don't know how the money is working with Cosby and his shows and shit now. So I don't necessarily want you putting no money in the man's in his pocket. But these are important conversations for you to have, to just invite into your home. So go do it. A Different World is on Netflix right now. I know that for a fact. I feel like Living Single is somewhere. Is it on Hulu? I don't know where it is, but I know that these shows are out there. Go watch them. I feel like it's on Hulu. Go watch them. Let yourself have these conversations. Okay, I thought so, JJ. Let yourself have these conversations. And yeah, invite yourself into those spaces. Invite those spaces into your homes. And again, even if they use AI on Netflix for those shows, so I too recommend renting from somewhere else. How do they use AI, Internet? Do you mean like in the reboot? And then as far as the reboot, y'all, I would just say in the editing, I would say if you already subscribe to Netflix, you're probably already engaged in it in some way to clear up the images. So reformatting. Yeah, I mean, watch it, whatever. Don't use ChatGPT, but you already subscribed to Netflix. So you already paid for it. But yeah, go ahead and engage with the content some way, somehow. I think it would be good for y'all. Kay, please go ahead and give us your thoughts. And then Ivy, I know you're in my thing. I'm gonna bring you up. Oh, it reruns on TV1. See, I don't have regular TV though. I ain't paid for cable in eons.
I'll go down, Tina.
Okay. Thank you, Nikki.
Hi. Thank you for having me up. Again, like, thank you again for the highlight for the JT shoe, because yesterday I was literally on Twitter doing as much research just to get like every side of the story so that I wouldn't fall into bias, because I know like I love Landress. I was just like, okay, I want to know, like, are we overreacting, or was there some kind of like underlying issue that I'm not seeing? So the first thing that I noticed is that there was just a simple, it first started out as a question that somebody asked. And the question was, do not lie, who does this remind you of? And that's when people started being like, oh my gosh, this looks like Olandria, like at first glance. And I was just like, wait, hold on. Then I had to look at it, because even for me, I was kind of tripped out, because I'm like, is that Olandria? Then I was disturbed because I'm like, what kind of shoot is this? And why does this lady have big lips? And then I had to look at it for the second time, and I'm like, well, no, that's not her. Like, this is extremely weird. And I feel like the issue that I had was that a lot of people, and I think a lot of the panelists also said this, they took this as an opportunity to kind of like dogpile on her. And for Twitter to be on a frenzy, especially like Love Island Twitter, to be on a frenzy for almost like the whole week talking about like mental health matters, don't send hate to Sierra, remember to check your fave and all of that kind of thing. And then this whole thing happened. They're just like, it's just a joke, guys. Oh, so if you're like defending Alandra, that means like you're basically saying that she's ugly, that kind of thing. And I'm just like, wait, but like, aren't you seeing that this is kind of wrong? Because I also went back onto JT's Instagram, because I'm like, the only reason people are bringing up Olandria is because they're already thought of that first. On JT's Instagram, nobody's talking about Olandria. They're all criticizing the shoe itself. And I'm like, if they are criticizing the shoe, what does that say about your perception of Olandria as a person? So that's why I was just like, oh man, like, y'all don't like this woman. I already knew this, but like, it's weird to see how much they hated on this girl. And then that's whole where like, the fire just blew up even more, where they're starting calling her, oh well, at least like her dad, like they were starting like the whole comparison between her and Shelly, like, oh, at least like Shelly's dad didn't go to jail, at least her mom was not this and that. And I'm just like, whoa. And there was one person that got doxxed, but then that kind of just got blown up out of proportion too. And I'm just like, yo, what's going on, guys? And I feel like this could have been a space where we have a deeper conversation of like, why do the fan believes that this is an insult to Landry? Because obviously the caricature that was portrayed by JT wasn't from a good place. And I think Jules brought up a good point, and I think it was you too, that celebrity aren't as smart as we think. We give them this grand gesture of like, oh my gosh, they're philosopher, they're such deep thinker. But when you really look into some of their art, it's like, no, they just wanted to make a shoot. They really just wanted to make a show, and they didn't think about it that deep. Because if the public perception of that show was, oh my gosh, like this is a caricature that JT is portraying, what does that say about the views that we hold about Olandra herself? So yeah, that were just like some of my personal thoughts.
Thank you. Listen, that made me think about damn, you said something that sparked a thought in my head. Damn, if it comes back, I'll share it. But yeah, I do think, oh, that's what it was. I don't care how y'all feel about it. I loved down Lil Nas X when he first came out. He's had some problematic takes about trans women and some stuff that has happened over the years. But I loved Lil Nas X down when he came out. And I hate that he's going through what he's going through right now, has received very little public support about it, et cetera, all the things. That said, he is the perfect example of how people create artistry to be controversial. And I know that y'all see it on this app, right? And not that I'm saying that he's not an artist and doesn't take his art seriously. That's not what I mean. But he is the king of trolling in order to create conversation and to create acclaim for himself, right? It's literally how he became in our public eye, right? And so we need to understand that a lot of times artists they're not actually artists, right? I need y'all to clock that sometimes people are just shaking the table, right? What is it that one Wale, wasn't it Wale?
That did what?
Or no, was it Meek that had Jerry Seinfeld on his shit, which
Wale
that had Seinfeld on his shit and was like, it gets the people talking. it's provocative, right? And so it's like you need to understand that sometimes that is also what is happening, right? It's about being provocative. It's about getting the people riled up. It's about getting the people to talk. And you don't like just because somebody is making music doesn't make them an artist. Just because somebody is out in the public eye being creative doesn't make them an artist. So Lil Nas X actually had a mental health break. Very publicly, was violently accosted by 12, and was in jail and facing charges very recently in like the last 6 weeks, I want to say 6 to 8 weeks. And so if you're someone that listened to his music, you know that he has struggled with mental health. He has struggled with thoughts of wanting to redact himself. He comes from a very troubled family system, and has not really received the support of his family. And so it actually breaks my heart that as such a young man, that's what he's dealing with. But that's a whole nother thing. But I just need y'all to know, right, that like sometimes the artists are being provocative, right? So yeah. Okay.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead, Jules. Respond, because I know she your girl.
Yes, y'all got on my sister bad. I was sitting here like, oh my God, like we just gonna talk about my sister the whole time. Like, okay, so since this is the space of nuance, let's get into some nuance. If we want to take it back to when JT and the City Girls was first coming out, I don't know how many of y'all are aware, because I know a lot of y'all are, older, no shade to that. But like, y'all not keeping up with the Joneses when it comes to us sometimes. But when she was in the group, they were dogpiling on JT bad for being dark skinned, and they were like making fun of her nose and making fun of her lips, making fun of all of her very black features. She never really like clapped back too much. She just kind of like would let it soak all in. I remember like maybe 2 years ago now, like when she first really was going solo, she was talking about how like a lot of that shit was like fucking with her self-esteem, but like she always knew she was beautiful, and like she just tried to power rest through that. But the thing is, like, this whole conversation with that shoot took a completely different turn once you added the Alondria, like, thing into it. Because before that, when the shoot just first came out, everybody who got it, got it. So I just want to, like, go back to that line that I referenced earlier on her song No Bars. At the end of it, she was talking about, I'm about to read it off. Got bitches tanning for this dark skin. Bitch, I'm really in the trenches. Where shots? I ain't talking about syringes. Yeah, I'm really from the trenches. Pretty ass lips make these bitches cop syringes. I think that she was more so getting at like this is the shit y'all made fun of me for. I'm gonna lean into this whole bimbo aesthetic. I don't know if y'all are aware who of Amanda Lepore is, but like that's that white woman who is like pumped to the brim. Like her lips are huge. She has huge cheek fillers. Her hair is blonde and she has big tits. Like kind of the same thing JT did in his shoot. Like i.e. the bimbo core, blonde hair, big boobs, her boobs were over exaggerated in the shoot. That's why they had like that fish eye lens going on. So like everything looked very exaggerated. The big lips. I don't think that she was ill-intended. Now, is JT ill-informed with intention? Absolutely, because that's her all day. Like I feel like she, in her brain, like she know what she wants to like come across for, like what she wants to push out, but her words and her brain don't always connect. And some people are just gonna be like that. I don't think that she is let me figure out how to work, because I know people who connected with her. I don't know who in here, but I don't think that JT is like she just gonna do what she do. Like that's just her. She's just gonna do what she do, and she's gonna put it out and leave it to the public to speculate. She may say something or she may not, but she's very much a I don't give a fuck type of person at the end of the day. She's a sass. She just like Nicki. They both just gonna do bullshit and they just gonna leave it on the floor. And it's up to people, to take it how they want. But I don't think this was like her trying to be like negative or, like ill-intended. I think it just came off that way because of the whole Alondria thing. And then it don't help that she came out and was like, y'all gonna talk about me anyway, so talk about this. Like, I don't know. Sometimes you either a fan or you not. And that's why I'm gonna leave it. I don't feel like we should be digging in her face too much though. Like, not too much on my sister.
Listen, I'm gonna say this, and here's the thing. I see y'all in the comments. Here's my thing. if you don't have the range, then don't have the conversation. That's always how I feel. I don't actually believe that good intentions outweighs your impact. I think that both matter. And so for me, if the intention was to say, fuck y'all, I'm proud of how I look, that's what you would have said, but that's not what you said, right? What you said was, right, I'm gonna give y'all something crazy to talk about, right? To me, it would have been I would have been like, y'all, relax. If the response, if her thing had said, I actually don't think it's impact over intent. I actually think they both matter. I think we can say she didn't mean it that way, and this is still what happened, and so we should have the conversation to make sure that larger public knows actually it's not crazy to look like that, right? And I think that it could have been a conversation. It would have been a very powerful statement for me personally if the artistic piece had happened and then the response had been, you all want me to be ashamed of how I look, but I'm proud of my beautiful black features. And however it looks, I'm proud. Like that would have landed differently than I'm gonna give y'all something crazy to look at.
You know what, Tina? I 100% agree with that statement. And I would like to also tie in, I really wish that the interview wasn't like her talking about music and all that. Like it would have been talking about that so people could really understand where she was coming from with it.
Yeah.
So I 100% agree. And also, I don't know who was talking earlier. I feel like it was Antoinette. I did not see all of this crazy stuff about Chalet Stans talking about Elandria's parents, all of that. Like, what is happening?
Unwell.
Been like
Unwell.
that.
Can I
people.
respond?
Like that.
Yes. No. Hold on, y'all. I gotta let Ivy go because she just came.
I'm
into
so
the-
sorry, y'all. I didn't even want to
It's
say
okay.
something like I didn't want to have my time, but if you're giving me my time, sure.
No, yeah, no. I'm gonna give it to Ivy, and then Kay
Okay.
asked, and then Noelle, and then Antoinette.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
So my thing with the JT thing is I was wondering, I was kind of waiting. I'm like, okay, is she following this up with a song? You know, because I'm like, okay, maybe that's what it, you know, and it's going to be something where her song is going to be impactful on, you know, the racism, the colorism, the featureism that she has experienced, you know, that's what I was waiting on. And I'm kind of still waiting. I'm like, okay, maybe it's still coming. But, you know, her making that statement, especially, you know, I know that she knows who Elandria is because I believe she's reposted Elandria before. But, you know, and it's just like, I know you see what's happening on Twitter. Like, I need you to say something, you know? So her just saying, I'm going to give you something crazy to look at, like, that's annoying as hell. And I love JT. She was always my favorite, still my fave out of the two of them. And I think she's smarter than the other one. But yeah, this whole Chalet thing, like I'm just so I'm so tired of them. Like they are so hateful and so deeply anti-black. It's just like I've never seen anything like it, you know, and I feel like it just gets worse and worse every time. And I feel like they're just livid. Like that magazine shoot like really set them over the edge. That magazine cover really set them over the edge. Like they're unhinged. Like, and the whole Jessie Wu thing, like she's disappointing because I used to really like her. I used to really follow her, like, you know, her YouTube and stuff. Like she used to have a lot of like social commentary. I loved like her Love is Blind commentary. And then she started doing Love Island. I was like, okay. And then somewhere in the mix, I stopped watching her. Oh, it was when she had that boy on, and then that whole thing with Huda. But what happened? Yeah, so when it comes to just the Olandria of it all, I'm tired of her getting the constant bullying. I'm happy that we're not keeping it cute anymore. And I feel like it needed to happen. I saw some people getting doxxed, some Shalacers getting doxxed or whatever on Twitter. I was like, well, you know, and the way that they've been talking about her parents and just her family and just everything, it's just so disgusting. What was I gonna say? Jeremiah to me is, I don't know, he makes me cringe. Like I wanted to talk about, because I had said in the comment that I feel like he's closer. He's more similar to what's his name, Alan, than I feel like people realize. You know, I feel like he's for sure riding on Nickelandria coattails, and he feels like, oh, like, you know, if I get like their fans on my side, you know, I can kind of be bigger than I am. When it comes, I just feel like the way he responded to Nickelandria while they were still in the villa, like, to me that was his real response, and I don't care. Like, I don't see it any different. You know, I feel like him being up in their comments is so performative. I feel like the cookies and cream and all those other weird comments is just like, what? You know? And somebody in the comment section had said something about the chocolate, like Olindra calling herself chocolate. To me, I think that's different because it's her calling herself chocolate. Like, as a dark-skinned black woman, brown-skinned dark woman, brown-skinned black woman, brown, dark, whatever, like, you're not going to say that you, in America at least, more than likely you might have called yourself chocolate at some point, or said like, oh, like, you know, you have chocolate skin, you're brown sugar, you know. So I think that it's different when it's coming from you describing yourself versus a biracial with a white mom calling you cream or cookies, calling you and your significant other cookies and cream. Like, that's just different, you know. It's just like, boy, just shut up. You already said that foreigners and Latinas is your type. And then, you know, and then also even him and Chris being performative with the, oh, I wish I, you know, Olindria is like girlfriend material, and oh, you know, I wish I would have explored, blah, blah, blah. To me, I believe him when he says that he saw that Olindria was most girlfriend material. I don't believe that he would have ever explored her, because he literally, like, he wouldn't. He would have just went to the next, you know, non-black bombshell that came in the villa, you know? So, like, just shut up. What else? I feel like there was one more thing about Jeremiah that I wanted to clock, but I don't remember it right now. But yeah, just him switching sides and bouncing between Nicolandria and Chalet's, it's weird. Like, you can't, I don't see how you can do both. I don't, personally. And then also, oh, one more thing. The way how he claimed that he like hit up Olandria and Nick after the Slurgate situation. I don't know. Did he have her number at that point? I feel like he just got her phone number. So that was interesting, but you know, it is what it is. I found it very weird. To me, I find it very weird that like that wasn't something that he spoke up about publicly. I don't know if he's just still afraid of Huda or what. Like, I don't, you know, but it is what it is, I guess. Okay, they said he got it at the Agua party. And I guess that was before Slurgate. So, okay, maybe he did text her. But yeah, you know, that's my time, I guess, for now.
Listen, y'all, I will say this. Okay, I was going to say this before, and you made me think about it because you mentioned it again about the cookies and cream thing. Those of y'all that had the experience of either being called this or calling other people this, right? When they were like, oh, you know, I'm an Oreo, right? Black on the outside, white on the inside, right? Was that humanizing? Was that humanizing? Okay, so I want y'all to stop acting like you don't understand why they're saying it's weird for Jeremiah to call them cookies and cream, y'all. Like, it's a bit dehumanizing, right? And again, it plays into that swirl trope. But I mean, makes sense, right? Because he comes from a black dad, white mom household. he has told us that he prefers foreign and Latina women, right? So he's down with the swirl a little bit, right? So I just want y'all to acknowledge that it's odd that that's the language he chooses to talk about them, right? Because somebody else already mentioned it in the comments. He calls Iris and TJ Barbie and Ken in their comments. You're not calling them Vanilla and Vanilla Bean. You're calling them Barbie and Ken. So like I want y'all to acknowledge it's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. That's it. That's all they're saying.
One more thing, Tina. And I've never been, I've always been more Ola down than anything, but I do support Nicolandria. But one more thing that I gotta give Nick a little, something for is that he's never played into that. He's never played into that, even when it's just Olandria who's calling herself chocolate. He's never played into it. So I got to give him his, like 6 or 7s for that. Period.
Yeah.
Wait.
Don't clock me. Don't clock me.
Lover Girl said, but Tina, if I want to be chocolate, what's wrong with that? Ola calls herself chocolate. Listen, I don't refer to myself as food personally. Okay, it's a little cringy for me. And we're not talking explicitly about Olandria calling herself that. Ivy actually said that's different, right? That's different than Olandria. It's different for Olandria to do it than it is for someone outside of them to do it. To me, it's cringy, personally. I don't want to be okay, I was about to be inappropriate on live. My bad. Let me pull it back. But I'm just saying, I don't want to be referred to as food, personally, when it comes to my skin color. Okay? I don't want to be referred to as food when it comes to my skin color. Maybe sometimes you're food in a different way, but not when it comes to my skin color. Okay? Personally. Okay, I know that my peoples want to respond. And I want Nessa is new onto the panel, so I want to give Nessa some time, but we're gonna go Kay, Antoinette, Noel, and then Kay, Antoinette, Noel, and then Nessa, it's gonna be you, babe. So just continue to hang out. Okay, Kay, please give us your oh, and Soar, I do live in Denver right now. I'm originally from Los Angeles, California. I've lived in Texas, I've lived here. But I live in Denver right now. Yes. And I went to CU Denver. Okay. Go ahead, Kay. Give us your thoughts.
Okay, so like my thought is kind of just reflecting back at some of the comments that I saw, like concerning like the opinion that I gave. Somebody was just asking me, it's like, you're saying that it's derogatory, but why didn't you like think it was weird at first? Personally, when I saw it, I kind of looked at it once and then I just went on my way because I noticed and I'm like, weird. And I'm like, okay, well, you know what? Never mind. I just moved on. And it was when I went into my group chat, specifically those that are into like Nicolandra, that they were talking about it. That's when I'm like, oh, wait, let me do a double check because I did not think that this was a different person. So I went back and I looked at it. And I feel like sometimes, I don't know, like when it comes to this sort of conversation, I kind of, maybe this is my bad. I really like to be diplomatic in every situation. But at first I was giving everybody the benefit of the doubt of, okay, you might have seen Elantra. All right. But then when I just continuing seeing the exact same like tweet saying, well, no, it was like her forehead and her eyes. And I'm like, but that's not the focus of the shoot. Like that was not what JT was trying to do with that shoot. It was the lips. So for me, that's why I was just like, oh, okay, like y'all are really trying to like deflect the situation or even like gaslight us into thinking that there's not an issue with it. Even with like I was saying before, like I went back into her Instagram and it was supposed to be jarring. It was supposed to make people like shocked or just speak on it. So if that was the intent of it, why would you equate that to another person that has nothing to do with it? I think that was my first thought after I did a little bit of research, because that's where I kind of found it weird. where it's like, where did Alindra come in this whole thing? Like, how did we end up bringing this girl in here when this whole thing has nothing to do with her? Like, I didn't get it. But I also wanted to add with the Jeremiah thing. Like, I was also saying this in the comment earlier, but uh, I had to do a lot of self reflection when it came to this. So I don't know if Applesauce was here, but yeah, like after her question from last week, I was just like, wait, why do I even like? I don't specifically root for this man, but I'm just kind of like, yeah, like I'll give him like his 2 or his 1 for X, Y, and Z. But when I just sat back, I was just like, wait, I don't even know why I'm like even rooting for this man for whatever he's doing. And I feel like Olandra and Nick have this very like halo effect on everybody they're around. It kind of makes you look at most people in a positive light because you're like, well, they're kind of okay. So the person associated with them would be okay. And I'm like, no, they aren't friends. They're acquaintances. Like they don't see each other every day. And I feel like the one thing that this season did wrong was believing that everybody should be friends. It's like, oh, they're friends with X, Y, and Z person from this season. I'm like, no, they're not friends. They're just leaving comments on their on a new post that they made, on a story, on whatever it is. That's not friendship. That's just you showing, I don't know if it's even support, just you showing people like, hey, I see what you're doing and I'm just gonna like it. I don't know, like there's nothing beyond that. And I feel like that's what we have to learn from this season. It's like not everybody has to be friends. Like season 6 was great at building friendship, but that's not usually how it works. And a lot of people kind of just go their separate ways, and it's just like we're holding on to these quote unquote friendship that never existed in the first part. So that's just my personal opinion on that.
Yeah, I love it. Thank you, Kay. I want to say to y'all about to be mad because y'all already mad in the comments, but y'all know I don't care. Y'all know I'm gonna say whatever I want to say over here because this is my shit. Okay. But I will say this. Why do you call yourself chocolate instead of just dark skin? Why do you call yourself caramel instead of just dark skin? Or dark, like, why do you do? Thank you, Antoinette. So I'm do whatever you want to do. And I want y'all to understand that a lot of that has to do with trying to soften the blow of being too dark, too black, right? You need to understand that a lot of times that comes in as a way to try to move away from certain language. Clock it. Jules said food is desirable, whereas dark skin has been demonized. It's a way to try to make it more appealing. So you can call yourself whatever you want to, just also understand that it really do be that deep, right? Even if you're not aware of it. And so that's why for me personally, it gives me the ick. Personally. But y'all need to understand that we say lots of things that we don't know why it's that way. You just say it because somebody else said it, because somebody else said it, because somebody else said it. Okay. That's it. Antoinette, please go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Oh my lord. I wish what's his name, Jules. I wish he was still here because same. I love JT. I love JT. She is the reason there is a city girl. She's the one who could actually, she had talent, for God's sakes. So for me, when I saw that picture, just like I said, I know that there's a conservative wave in this country. My immediately, obviously, like what the fuck, but my immediately thought was like, oh, we're in a culture right now that is very conservative. What is at the base of conservatism? Anti-blackness and the patriarchy. Period. And then you throw in a Landry, I'm just like, this is just anti-blackness and the patriarchy at work. So while no, like I genuinely hope that maybe JT like self-reflects and sees like the impact and also the intent, because that interview didn't give anything. Like what she said didn't make up for anything that image put out. Like, so while I do hope that she like self-reflects, I'm not annexing her. I understood immediately, like, this is partially how JT sees herself to some extent, but also what she's received. What she has received since the City Girls have hit the scene has been blatant anti-blackness, colorism and misogyny. Period. Especially when there was a light-skinned black woman that you had to compare her to. The colorism and the misogynoir went haywire. So I can see how that's what she saw. Like that, I saw that. So I hope that she's focusing on like the the constructive criticism, as opposed to like people just using this as another opportunity to be even more anti-black towards her personally. But that's besides the point. I know I get on here and I talk about fan culture a lot. There's a reason why I've been avoiding talking about the Alandria of it all. I say honestly, I've been engaging in fan culture since I was like 14, specifically beehive culture. I don't leave bees, but I get it, right? PSA to all, because season 6 and season 7 brought a whole new wave of people who don't understand fan culture and stan culture, and I think we're seeing a lot of we're seeing the fruits of that, because people are like oh my god, people are so shocked and disturbed by what happened over the last 15 hours. Once that picture dropped and people started being anti-black and misogynistic towards Alandria, someone was doxxed. People were going after, some people were annoying, because instead of like going after the people saying the nasty things, if they even had one tweet ever supporting Shelly, immediately eviscerated. But again, I didn't move. Why didn't I move? Because I have been engaging in fan culture since I was 14. I know how this goes. Like, it was very, you're not on Twitter, but like the last 15 hours have been like 2015, 2016 Barb, peak Barb. Not shocked. Why am I not shocked? Because Nicolandria, the fandom Nicolandria, as well as Oladov, I immediately saw I myself am a beehiver. I immediately saw Beehive, Riri Navy, freaking Army, BTS Army, K-pop stands are insane, and Barbs. EJ himself is a Barb. I knew that like these people are being nice. Like, I don't like when people kept talking about Landry, I was like, y'all are really not understanding that the majority of her fan base is a lot of, especially on Twitter, are a lot of OG stands of like for real fandoms. Y'all are really playing, y'all gonna get y'all feelings hurt. And the last 15 hours have been people getting their feelings hurt. And that's why I say, like, if you don't understand stan culture or don't want to participate in fan culture, don't, because you're gonna see things that are gonna hurt your feelings, because that's, yeah, like a part of Ola dolls. Oh my god, those are retired barbs or active barbs. Like, I'm so serious. Like, BTS Army, scary stuff. So I'm like, I'd say this to like because I'm also 30, so like my people who are like new stands who are of my age, and they're like, I don't understand. I remember talking about like the whole buying them tickets to go see them. Like, if you don't understand, don't engage. Don't engage, because your feelings are gonna get hurt. You're gonna be like, oh my god, why are they doing this? I don't understand. Because baby, this is fan culture, and what they don't understand is that it is not a reflection of Alandra. It is not a reflection of Michelle. This is literally these are just fans. These are just crazy people like going in. You at all smear the object of the fandom. They're gonna go in, and I'm like, I worry for, like, I worried for Sharon after, like, I genuinely worried about her mental health, because like, baby, you're engaging in stan culture when in reality you just like to read books. Like, I think like she took it out, but she had like smut in her bio. I remember like early on in the season, I remember seeing that she had smut because like she engages in like Wattpad fan fiction. And then we talk about how Nicolandrias a lot of times are book readers. Yeah, y'all are book readers, but y'all are not our stans. And they were amassing stans. A big part of Alandria and Nick's fandom are stans, and like y'all were engaging in that without understanding it. And then what happens is that shit flips real quickly. Real quickly. Like even, yeah, like when she was sexualizing Nick, like that was a problem, because again, it's a problem not just because obviously we shouldn't be sexualizing anybody, but also because again, there are people who are not fans of you, Sharon, like you and the other Avengers. There are people who are just fans of Nick and Alandria who are going to come after you. So this is my PSA. If you do not understand fan culture, please disengage, detach, because you are going to see things that are going to hurt your feelings. Like, oh my god, people are talking about Shelly's parents, but also Alandria's parents, like, and people are like, oh, people saying about Jessie Wu. I don't expect Jessie Wu to come out and say anything at all. Why would I? I've watched Jessie Wu for years. She has a Black American blind spot. Like, even some of the ways she spoke about AD were very anti-Black American, right? So like, I don't expect her to come out, because she also engages in fan culture. She does it with a degree, for God's sakes. Like she does it with a whole entire what is she? She has a reporter, whatever it is, degree. Like she has a whole degree and she still engages in fan culture. So it's not shocking. So no, I don't expect her to come out and say anything. And so what I don't understand people getting upset about is like, oh my God, I love Alandria, but all those I love Alandria, but her fans, baby, her fans have nothing to do with her. And if you cannot stand her fans, disengage, but don't make videos because again, now you're inviting that standum to come after you. Like you're inviting it, and that's also why like I have my thoughts like all of us about Michelle and Alan, but like yeah, like don't engage because these people do not care. Like and they are people with 9 to 5s, full jobs, and they still will drag you, and that's also why they're anonymous. That was my biggest takeaway with the Avengers was like y'all are doing all this, but y'all are not anonymous. Y'all are doing all this as though these people will not pull up your address with no care to like your humanity whatsoever. But yeah, that was my PSA. Don't engage if you can't take it.
Thank you, Antoinette. I'm gonna have Noelle go, and then Anne, and then Nessa.
Two quick things. One, regarding the like chocolate thing, I think that this conversation has kind of been revelatory for me because I've never really put any kind of negative or really even like overly racial connotation behind it. Like, and I think I even put it in the comments. Like to me, I always kind of thought of it as the same way we would say like, oh, somebody smells delicious instead of just you smell good, like as a way of just like intensifying like the feeling we have about them or whatever. Or like if you say you want to like, oh my gosh, the baby's so cute, I want to eat them up. Like I've always thought of kind of putting an what's the word I'm looking for? Like translating in terms of like food or some kind of like there's a word I want to use and it's escaping me right now, but basically it's something we want to consume almost like as a way to just say we're like intensify our feelings behind it, not as a way to dehumanize. So yeah, so that's kind of interesting to read, to see so many people that read it the other way. But in terms of JT, I understood what Jules was saying in terms of like, you know, what JT's vision might have been, like exaggerating womanhood or like exaggerating features. But I'm like, she could have worked with, for example, like drag queens to create like a fun over exaggeration of the female form. Like they're experts at that. Or if she wanted to play up the idea of like modern beauty equating to like surgical enhancement, there's lots of people who have done like photo shoots or looks like surrounding that, you know. But instead, she created mammy imagery and she played up that having large lips and like large boobs and stuff is something to gawk at or something that's, you know, quote unquote crazy looking. And I think the harm behind that, like perpetuating that narrative, to me is similar, and I'm hesitant to bring her up again, but similar to what Sierra did. I know when Sierra's controversy came, a lot of people were focused on the slur and the word she used. And yes, that was important. I think there's a lot of people that didn't even know it was a slur. So I think that was a very important conversation to have. But for me, I was always more focused on the conversation that she had, that she was having with her followers regarding the actual eye shape. And I wished in her apology, for example, she hadn't just apologized for the word, but for the attitude that she was having towards that shape of eye, and creating an idea around it that was undesirable and something that needed medical attention to fix. And I didn't see enough people that were pinpointing that as being harmful, at least as much as the like individual word. I didn't see that acknowledgement in her apology or in a lot of the discourse surrounding it. It was more about like, you know, did she know the word was harmful, or did she apologize for the word, or who else would use the word, and not the idea that that shape of eye is beautiful and doesn't require any work, you know, to change it in any way or to beautify it in any way. And so yeah, I feel like that's kind of similar to the issue that I'm seeing with JT. Like, regardless of what you intended to do, you created an idea that these features are undesirable, something to gawk at, something to mock. And now it's being directed at an actual person. And then the last thing, somebody had touched on the statements regarding like people coming out, you know, after Huda's incident, coming out to condemn racism, which people made such big deals about those statements and were like, who made a statement and going in people's comments to beg them to make a statement. I don't really think anybody needed to make a statement. I think the reason that the statements were made is because people wanted to justify being seen with Huda in the future. And they knew if they were continuing to be in her comments or attend events with her or whatever else, that this would come up. And they wanted to make it sure, like, people were like, oh, I don't condemn racism or whatever else, right? I'm holding her accountable, whatever that looks like. But it was more about making sure that they could, I don't want to say excuse, because they can be friends with whoever they want, but it was more about that relationship than it really was about racism. And that's why I'm glad for the people who don't really have a relationship, like Austin or Jeremiah or whatever else. They're like, well, no, I contacted them personally, like to show my support, but there was no actual statement that needed to be made. They had nothing to justify. That's all I wanted to say.
I think those are fantastic points. I agree that it's about providing cover for themselves, which is why I said, I don't know why people are asking people to make statements. If you're not doing it of your own volition because you actually do want people to know where you stand on it, then I don't know why you're saying anything at all. And please go ahead and give us your thoughts.
Hi, y'all. These are going to be my final thoughts simply because I want to make space on the panel. But here's the thing that I remembered her name. Her name is Kayla Nicole. And so what happened was shady ass Taylor Swift, who coincidentally enough, Antoinette is talking about, or I'm not sure who, so I apologize if I do give credit to the wrong person, about the country moving towards conservatism. And so and people have said, and I've watched like a good TikTok dive on how Taylor Swift and Travis Kelce are nothing but a PR couple moving towards conservatism because, they basically give each other clout. She's in the music industry. He's an athlete. They're giving each other clout. Travis Kelce started his acting career, basically. He did this show called Grotesque on the FX. It's still streaming on Hulu with the amazing Niecy Nash Betts. And so even in that, Niecy Nash Betts and him kind of had a little affair, but whole time he was married to Niecy Nash Betts' daughter, who was played by Raven Goodwin. It's a whole mess. Let me tell you something. I think that Travis Kelce likes Black women, but he's doing this to please his family. That's number one. Also, two, it's for PR. Will you be posting this live to YouTube? Yes, all the lives get posted on YouTube. Jasmine. What else? What I wanted to say is, so Taylor Swift was being shady AF on her album. She did this song called Open Like, and there were shots fired at, can't say that. Pew pews were fired at Kayla Nicole, and she snapped back on Halloween saying, she wasn't man enough for me. He wasn't man enough. Anyway, with that being said, I think Kayla Nicole low-key you're a little bit of a problem because ain't no current partner of my ex who's coming for me. Clearly, Taylor Swift, you're jealous of Black women. It's giving misogynoir because why are you obsessed with his ex, girl? Like, move on. You got the man. You got the ring. Like, get over it. Kayla Nicole firing back. It was cute, however, immature because why would I even give like her any play? Yeah, clearly jealous, Beatrice. Like it's just a lot of anti-blackness going on, and so needless to say, the army of the Swifties went and found all these tweets, pulled them up, and be like, "You've been anti-black this whole time, sissy poo." I said, "Oh, mon Dieu, that." It's just too much. But what I will say, and I believe Noelle touched on that, and Dominique does a great job of this when it comes to the aesthetic of Black women. When the trans community started doing these surgeries, to basically get to have their own aesthetic of Black womanhood. You can soften. I've learned a lot because I grew up in New York. I was around a lot of LGBTQ people. You can soften the Adam's apple, the features and the cheeks and stuff like that. The way that, you can chisel. You can even like have the jawline look more feminine and things like that also play into anti-Blackness because why? When a dark-skinned Black woman has strong features, what do they often compare her to? A man, masculine features. And this is why I think that Y'all gonna hate this, but this is why I think Just Hilarious has some form of anti-blackness, and she hates herself because she's a beautiful dark-skinned black woman and who happens to have big lips. She's compared to a man a lot, and that's why she has, I think, this internalized transphobia. I'm like, why did I not connect that? She's being compared constantly to being a trans woman, and I think she has internalized transphobia. And then her and T.S. Madison were going back and forth. T.S. Madison's like, oh, some trans man probably hurt her, somebody didn't choose her. I'm like, yo. And then they're going back and forth with each other, being so immature. Exactly, men are. Yeah, no matter the man, thank you, Ann Winters, like, they're still a man. We're still indoctrinated on some level with misogyny. And then the intersectionality of, misogyny and black women, misogynoir, like that's gonna be an issue because listen, women are a marginalized group in and of itself. Black women on top of that, it's like two different marginalized groups in one. A lot of trans women are misogynist. They want to be called women but operate as if they're men, clocking Ann Winter. Because here's the thing, at the end of the day, I respect your rights. I am not anti-trans. I am for the LGBTQ community. However, trans women, you want to be real women. But listen, the biology never lies. I said what I said. In Hollywood, right? So because of those hormones that are still coursing through your veins, though you look like a woman, you will still act like a man. I implore you guys to get some education by following the Dominic Morgan here on TikTok because she will help educate y'all because she is a woke, beautiful black trans woman. I followed her because she is very educated. May you respond, Antoinette?
I'm gonna
I'm
respond.
done here. Like I said, lastly, in Hollywood, listen, love Martin Lawrence, but he's done it with Big Mama. Like, that's a mammified caricature. He's done it with Shanae and the snapping their neck, okay? And Pam, played by the wonderful Tashina Arnold, being the sidekick to the light skinned woman. Like, no shade, no tea. I really, really love Tisha Campbell, but Tashina, like, I think in terms of things like you're talking about, Tina, with the food, we say the blacker the juice, the sweeter, whatever that quote. I think we're talking about how delicious blackness is. I've never seen it as anti-blackness, but then again, Blue did a thing where this lady's like, I call myself brown skin, and I used to call myself that, and I had no idea a lot of these things are rooted in colorism. And thank you so much for having me. That's all.
Okay, so you already know, and everybody in my comments knows, I'm about to push back on the trans women comment because if we're gonna talk about trans women, number one, let me find it, y'all. Gender identity is different than sex. Number one, let's even start there. Okay. So the way that we understand our gender identity and the way that we perform gender, which we're all performing gender, is not indicative of your sex. Okay. Also, this reducing reducing womanhood to biology is always going to be problematic for me every single time, every single day. To say that trans women are misogynist, I'm okay with you saying that simply because we're all raised in misogyny. So this is not a result of them being trans women. This is a result of them living in the United States. Period, full stop. We are all raised in, yes, reduction of women to their biology is problematic. I'm going to say it again. If y'all are unclear about my politics, you will get the fuck clear today. Reducing women to their biology is problematic as fuck. I am not more of a woman because I have a uterus and can bear children, because there are plenty of cis women that cannot bear children, and you are still a woman if your uterus gets removed. So reducing her to her biology is problematic as fuck. It is reductive and it is harmful. Okay? In this page, in my space, I don't give a fuck what y'all do in y'all's regular lives, but on this page in my space, trans women are women, period, full stop. That is not up for discussion. I don't care. Y'all know I don't tolerate certain shit in my space. So I'm just making sure, because somebody in the comments was like, oh, she's talking right. No, baby. And that's the other part, MK. Some cis women also need hormone therapy. Y'all want to talk? So just, I need us to not. A lot of us go through gender affirming surgery. How many people get boob jobs? How many people are getting pee shots? Okay. I want us to not fall into that rhetoric over here on this page. You could do whatever you want to do in your space. Whatever you want to do in your space is your own business. Laser hair removal, PCOS, so now you're not a woman because you got hair on your face. Like, we're not doing that shit. We're not doing that over here. Hilda and Iris, yes, in their gender affirming surgeries. I'm trying to, y'all. So I don't want y'all to, we're not going to go off the rails over here, right? So the misogyny, yes, because we're all raised to be misogynist. All of us. Okay? All of us are raised to be misogynist. All of us grow up under a system that teaches us certain things about women. All of us. But what we're not going to do is ever even toe a line, right? Where trans women are not women. Because to what Ann just said, gender and race are socially constructed. This is what I do in my regular life. Y'all know that I'm a therapist, and I don't talk about this a lot, but I am a therapist, and primarily the majority of my work is in queer community and in BIPOC queer community explicitly. So I have done entire focuses of my work around educating caregivers of trans children. Like this is what I do. So I'm not for the play when it comes to trans community. I don't care. I'm not for the play when it comes about them. And if that makes you uncomfortable, that's okay. But then this is not the space for you, because they're always going to be safe over here. Period, full stop. I don't give a fuck how that makes people feel. I don't care. I tell y'all all the time, and I say it jokingly, but I mean that shit. I'm here for the girls, the gays, and the days. I mean that. I'm not just saying that. I mean that. For real. And a lot of that, to someone else's point in the comments, be rooted in anti-blackness as well. It be rooted in anti-blackness. That's why they be calling cisgender black women men. Thank you, Mai, for explaining it to them what it is, right? So I need us to understand, this is like Serena Williams, Michelle Obama. What was the one track star that they said she had too much testosterone? That shit be rooted in anti-blackness. Okay? We suffer from that as cis women. So we're not going to do that in my space. Ever, never, ever. And just to clarify, thank you, Caster. Thank you for laying her name in here, right? I also want us to name explicitly, Jess Hilarious doesn't have internalized transphobia. She's just a transphobe. Okay? Because she's not a trans woman. So it's not internalized. She's just transphobic. But I don't play about the dolls. I don't play about trans men. I don't play that. I don't play about my days. I don't play about the spec. I don't do that. Okay? So I just want us to be clear what we do over here in my space. And I appreciate that y'all can sit and listen to the correction, right? But we're not going to act like your gender or your performance of it or the way that you think is rooted to chromosomes. We're not going to act like that's related to chromosomes. It has to do with socialization. I don't know anything about that. Sent one, the situation with the woman who lost her gym membership. I don't know anything about that story. JJ, period. Doing all the educating in here. Thank y'all for 131,000 likes. Thank you, Antoinette, y'all. So this is always a safe space over here. Well, not safe. Y'all know it's not safe. But it's definitely a brave space over here. We are courageous over here. And so that means sometimes I gotta say shit that might feel uncomfortable. It is what it is. For me, it's a non-negotiable. Trans women are women. Trans men are men. No, Jules, I'm gonna bring you up next because I know you want to show the video too. And I want you to show it so we can have that conversation. Thank y'all for gifting the panelists. Thank you for gifting me. I just want to make sure that I'm always clear about where, and I know that y'all know, and because y'all was already like, Christina, thank you, Ann. I know that y'all know, but I'm always going to be very, very clear about what's happening over here. Okay. And that's a fantastic point as well, Antoinette. Transphobia, T-phobia has literally gotten biological, and I'm going to say cis women unalived. And I need cis women to stop being so afraid of trans women. Like, I need y'all to investigate why that feels so scary to you. What do you think that because people applesauce lover will read them as trans women, or they will be violent toward them because of their transphobia. I need y'all to investigate why that's so scary to you. Why does a trans woman being affirmed in her womanhood feel so threatening to you as a cis woman? What is that about? You're just hilarious, right? You're so listen. Listen, MK, right? You're so afraid of, thank you, Sword 309. Trans women have always been around for centuries. They've never not been here. It feels comfortable for people to feel like it's a new thing, but there are still countries on the continent of Africa. I've had clients. There are countries on the continent of Africa that don't even have pronouns. It's literally not even in their native tongue. Y'all gotta stop being on that fucking, that, listen, whiteness be fucking us up. Colonization has fucked us up, okay? I need us to just divest. And I need us to get curious about why. Why does that feel so threatening for me as a cis woman, for a trans woman to be affirmed in her womanhood? Am I not a woman now? Thank you. The Titus said, I'm Yoruba and our language has no pronouns associated with gender. I want us to get to a space where we can be courageous enough as a community to get curious about why we think some of the things that we think and believe some of the things that we believe. And is it serving us? And I would argue that part of the reason why, and I'm gonna get off my soapbox. Part of the reason why it's so frustrating for some cis women, part of the reason why it's so frustrating for some cis women, for trans women to be affirmed in their identity, that frustration that comes out of that is why there's this push toward conservatism, which is why there's this push towards, oh, you know, I'm a woman because I'm bearing children and I'm doing all of this, da 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 da. I'm trying not to like fuss, but I want us to get curious. But y'all should know what we do over here in this space. And so I hope y'all, hey Viva, I hope y'all are not shocked. Wait, Jules, where'd you go? And Starfire, here's the thing. And that's the thing, these eyes, is a bunch of people, they be T-phobic, but you don't even know what your own chromosomes look like. They just looked at your genitalia and decided what they was gonna put on your birth certificate if you want to keep it a buck. Okay. And this is why one of the things I studied in school, one of the research studies we looked at was a psychology study about people that were intersexed, right? And they looked at the genitalia and then decided what was going to be the easiest gender affirming care to offer to that child at infancy. And they changed genitalia to match what they thought was going to be the easiest transition. And a lot of those people identified with a different gender later in life than what the genitalia was that they were given. So please, okay? Please. Okay. And intersex people are as common as redheads. So, anywho, all right. All right. Yes, Gigi, please go ahead and share your thoughts.
I saw your face and I was like, control it, Tina. I was rubbing my ears hoping you would get the transference like, Goose Fraba. Woosa. She got it. No, but we love Anne, so people just chill out. We love Anne. Not too much on our girl Anne. We love Anne. And we love people who could take, perspective. So go somewhere. But I did want to say I think what needs to be said, like going back to the whole JT thing, and it goes back to what you were saying about conversations and certain people who are holding conversations. I think we also need to Um, we need to accept the yes. We're gonna go back to JT real quick, Joel. Sorry, I think we need to accept when these happen, and I think this relates to standums too and fandoms, when this happens, that sometimes, more often than not, especially recently, with the decline of intellectualism, that your artists aren't as anti-black or as woke or as nuanced as you think they are. And sometimes you just need to accept that. And that happens, right? And of course you always give space for room, and you give space for growth, and these things can happen, but that only happens when you identify that, okay, maybe I do not have the gravitas for this conversation, to hold space for these conversations, I don't have the nuance, the range of nuance that I thought that I had, right? And that's what happens when we continue to say, oh, it's not that deep, or we have things that's not that deep. Because I'm not gonna lie, a lot of the things that I have seen, exactly, get the books back out, teach children, but a lot of things that I've seen, especially when it comes to these fandoms, is they starting to sound a lot like Swifties. They oh yeah, tap your little fingers on the screen, please, because my carpal tunnel in the middle of playing Battlefield has tapped this screen, so there's no reason why we still at 133. We should have been past 150 by now. So tap this screen, please, because conversations are happening. But it really, the fans really start to sound like Taylor Swift. With initially it's the, oh, this is the conversation she was trying to have, and this is it, and then the other side, okay, well, it's not that deep. People say the same thing about Taylor. They'll say, oh, according to them, she's a poet laureate. Give her the Nobel Peace Prize for writing, because she is a whole poet. Edgar Allan, who? But then when you read into her stuff, they're like, it's not that deep. It's giving the same thing as this. It's giving, this was the conversation that, she wanted to have. And then it's, okay, well, it's not that deep. She's just an artist. She's just trying to have fun. Do we see two parallel lines? I see lines that are parallel. I ain't no mathematician, but I see lines that are parallel. I'm just saying. So I feel like we just need to identify, just acknowledge at some point that, maybe the artist just isn't as deep or as nuanced or as woke as we think as we want them to be. And that's okay. But that also speaks to another level of stand-up. And I think Antoinette was addressing fandoms and stand-ums. And I feel like maybe this is the old head in me, right? But I feel like maybe there's a deeper conversation needs to be had about the fans. And it's not necessarily that we don't know or understand what fan culture is, or what stan culture is. It's we look at it and it gives us the ick. Because it's like, how I understand being a fan of somebody, but to go so deep as to defend people or to be in other people's comment sections and to be so visceral to other people online, behind somebody that's making me spend my money on them, I think is weird. That I could be because I'm old, right? And I feel like the age of the internet, the age of social media, I say this all the time. My generation may have given y'all social media and may have given you greater access to the internet, but we were irresponsible in teaching y'all how to use it. Because I feel like it loses a level of humanity in the way people communicate with each other, because it gets so out of hand. And maybe we need to be talking about changing the zeitgeist around stan culture and fandoms, as opposed to just saying, oh, that's how stan culture is. There are people who are new to stan culture, because being a fan to somebody is nothing new. Being, a super fan of somebody is nothing new. I think it's the way people engage has shifted due to greater access that the internet has given people. And I think that it's people... and I think that people lose the humanity in the way that they interact with people, and they lose I literally see people losing ways to communicate. They lose communication skills. I have walked in, I sat in on interviews, and this is how bad it is. This is why I say, like, it trickles into everywhere else, and we have to have a greater conversation. Maybe we need to have a greater conversation, because I've walked in on interviews with younger Gen Zers, older Gen Zers to younger Gen Zers, and the way they communicate is abysmal in an interview. And you want me to pay you for things? I think not. And it's because they lack an awareness on how to engage with people. They don't know how to conflict resolute. They don't know how to approach people. They don't know how to approach conflict or opposing opinions or opposing perspectives, because they're so steeped in growing up within fandom or stan culture that this form of communication has become normalized for them. So there's always a bigger picture that I feel like we need to look at. So and I feel like we're moving towards, every time I hear people talk about stan culture, I feel like we're moving towards the K-pop and J-pop, and I've been in the Asian pop anime fandom realm for a very, very long time. I tell you, I'm old, a very, very long time. And I see similarities within the Beehive, within the Barbs, within Nicki Minaj stands, within, all of these stands. I see the similarities where they put these celebrities on this pedestal and they treat them like Sims and they defend them like you BTS army. Like they defend them to the point where these people cannot have lives. And it's insane. So I think there's a greater conversation that needs to be had there. And the last point I will make is the situation about referring to complexion as food. Yeah, I thought I've always thought that was very weird. Colorism in the Caribbean is very, very rampant. My mother was very, very fair skinned. I've made the joke that it's not even really a joke because it really did happen, that at her funeral, the priest confused her for a white woman. He did. He said that my mom crossed racial barriers to take Dr. Sherry, my dad, to take his culture into her life and adopt her culture. And we all got in a group chat in the front pew and said, since when was your mama not a black woman? Because you couldn't tell my mama she wasn't brown. But my dad, I said to say my dad was very, very dark. And the colorism runs like rampant because my grandmother, who we were, I guess, would be considered mid-tone, me and my brothers, always referred to me as siwo miel, which is honey. She, when people ask her, oh yeah, well, your daughter is very fair skinned, your son-in-law is very dark, what color was your granddaughter? Oh, she's siwo miel. And I always thought that was very, very weird. So that always gave me the ick. So that's why I understand what you were talking about when it came to complexion and food and making it sound more palatable, because it's very anti-black and it's rude anti-blackness, because it is. And that is all to be said. Thank you.
Thank you, Gigi. And I will. You can call yourself whatever you want. This is not a critique on Olandria. It's just that we when we have the conversations up here, y'all know good and well, I'm not gonna let you stay on the surface. Y'all know that, right? Like, you can do whatever you want to do, and I'm not gonna let you stay on the surface. We are gonna get a little bit curious and talk about more of that nuance and where some of that shit comes from, because I want you to make conscious choices, right? But again, you're going to do whatever you want to do. Anika, the topic is kind of versatile. We've been talking about a lot of stuff. JT's photo, Alandria. We about to talk about Honda Civic and Louis in a bit when Jules goes. We've been kind of everywhere. Nessa, please go ahead and give your thoughts, my love.
Hello. Hey guys. Thank you so much for letting me up. I appreciate it, Tina. I listen every time you have a live, and I'm on other lives as well. So I really wanted to go ahead and start by saying that the conversation does get tiresome, because I feel like as the generation goes, they lose the significance because we've become so intermingled in, like, when it comes to schools, when it comes to being able to reach each other across, countries. Social media makes it easier. So it's like, they think it's okay. When I saw that picture, and I saw that picture yesterday, because I don't have a Twitter, because the place is so toxic sometimes that I can't do it. Can't do it. It's too much that goes on there, and people are willingly want to be ignorant in that space. So you just gonna have to go ahead and let them be ignorant. You could go ahead and scream at the top of your lungs, and nobody refuses to listen or come together and have that nuance or that even conversation or reflect on what they're doing on social media is bad. And the crazy thing is, like, this is what's messing up with a lot of them. Old posts. A lot of them might be younger, right? And then now you see like Kayla Nicole going back to what her previous tweets are, doing deep dives. And that's why these are ruining your careers as well. So if you're younger than the age of, 20 in these conversations, Twitter is not doing you any justice in the real life. I'm just letting you know, okay? So going back to the conversation about the picture. When I saw that picture, I was so shocked. I was like, for me, even I understand what JT's point, what she was trying to make, but she didn't have the team behind her. It seems like all of these artists, all of these people that people put on a pedestal is, You know, like they don't have a team that that understands culturally what they're doing, and it reflects. It's like they do it off the hip. They do it off of like, you know, just the thought of it. Like, oh yeah, this will be a good idea, and everybody else that are around there are probably within the same age group or has the same mindset as them because they're not different. They like to go ahead and interact with people that are alike them, right? So their mindset is not growing or understanding or wanting to go ahead and look outside and view it in another way, right? So that part. And then the anti-blackness has, it seems like to be getting stronger because there's something that was true. A lot of people pay to get her features, right? But then you want to clown the features, right? That is being perpetuated, and say, oh yeah, that's what she looked like. The caricature of a Black woman. But those are the features that people have surgeries for. Those are the features that people pump, you know, Botox and fillers in their face to get. And they become so damn droopy that they have to get them dissolved because that's not them. All right. So if you can't be within the club, all you could do is hate from the outside of the club because obviously try to get it, it looks crazy, you know? And so it's that hatred. It's hatred of not having it. And it's also that misogynoir of like, you know, here's this woman that looks this way, this naturally Black woman, right? And the whole chocolate thing too, just a little bit of a tidbit on the whole chocolate thing. For her, she didn't realize that she did it, but I understood how she said it, right? Because it's dark chocolate, brown chocolate, white chocolate. It's the term that's able to be digestible to the group is chocolate, right? So in terms of it, whether she realized it or not, I could see like she is a very educated Black woman, but certain things, certain nuances, of course, she probably isn't, you know, deaf to, especially living in the South. So for her saying it, you know, I don't think she saw it as something because she always talks about her Blackness, being a dark-skinned Black girl. You know, she always talks about it. But when she made that term, she doesn't realize that's a language that perpetuates anti-Blackness in that. And I'm also Caribbean too. I'm also Haitian. And that is heavily within, you know, the culture. It doesn't matter where you're from. If you're from Africa, if you're from the islands, it doesn't matter what culture you're in. The perpetuation of being the proximity to whiteness is indoctrination in every single. It doesn't matter what country you come from. So the terms and languages that are used are very, very sensitive. You know, like it's very it's very similar in ways, right? Like the CML comment that my girl had just said, like, sometimes I see the caramels of the world. I was like, nah, girl, you just Black. But we perpetuate it more inside our own identity, inside of the community, than the other races do. Because when they look at us, they just see it as Black. Mm-hmm. So my whole thing is in the exaggeration of the features, right? Our features are not exaggerated. Our features are just as is. They're just as beautiful. But exaggerating them, right, is perpetuating, oh yes, they look like a certain thing. Now you're becoming to a certain animal, identifying as that, and putting yourself in that category. Whether she realizes that, because obviously she's not that smart, you know? So my biggest thing is for within the community, I think it hurt even more seeing that. And then the conversation started inside of the Black community that wants us to pin us against each other to hate ourselves. And they're doing a great job in it, right? Because now the people that bring up the anti-Blackness has already started the conversation, points it out before the person that's supposed to hate us pointed out. That's the problem, okay? I'm like, well, damn, you know, bring the haters, not the people that are inside of it. But the crazy thing is, if you want to, you know, the higher cheekbones, the jawline, the lips, it's the way that they see her that they don't see the beauty, but it's the way that indoctrination is working for them to devalue the beauty of what Blackness is. And it sickens my mind, and it makes me so frustrated, especially when I see some shell lacers. And I'm not going, you know, here's the thing about the whole shell lacers thing. I don't do the whole, you know, like the Jessie Woo of the world. It's like, oh yeah, well, I'm taking it up with my Caribbean. No, because that's an issue within the Caribbean society itself. Okay. So don't, and the whole, oh, I'm taking up, no, because if you're going to go ahead and break it up, unity is key. If we cannot unite in certain things that are characteristics of like a good human being aware, holding each other accountable, having those conversations in space, and take all that BS like I'm this, I'm that, but being as Black people, because that's what they see us as, we are destroying each other. Right. So when I see that, they're like, well, she does look that is because I heard like this person said that, you know, Shelly looked like, I ain't never heard anything bad. Beautiful woman, softer features versus very pronounced features, but still Black woman, right? It don't matter at what gauge, they're already deteriorating them as Black women, and then we take it a step level of deteriorating them against each other of who is more feminine in the gaze of whom, right? So it makes me so tired and exhausted about this, how much we fight amongst us, because I could go on forever, but I'm just very, very disappointed. That's my landing, because I think I went over my time.
Thank you, Nessa, for your thoughts. Okay, I see y'all in the comments. Y'all, I'm gonna address it one more time. And then that's it. Okay? You can call yourself whatever you want. If you want to call yourself, the conversation started because people were critiquing Jeremiah for calling Olandria and Nick cookies and cream, and people were defending it, and people were like, we're not going to act like that's not weird, right? And then it came up about Olandria calling herself chocolate. I'm going to say it one more time. You can call yourself whatever you want. I know that some people have already addressed it in the comments, but the conversation that we're having is the nuance of how reverting ourselves and describing our skin color and us as people, as Black people, in relationship to food has to do with the fact that Blackness has historically been seen as, and I'm going to say even present day by larger culture, as undesirable. And so one way that it becomes desirable is to attach it to tasty food items, okay? One way that it's also used a lot in sexualizing of Black people. And so we are having the nuanced conversation about how calling ourselves chocolate or caramel or butterscotch is about trying to get away from just saying I'm Black, I'm dark skinned, I'm Black as fuck, right? So that is the nuanced conversation that we're having, okay? Nobody is saying you can't call yourself chocolate. Call yourself chocolate if you want to. What we're saying is that it is actually deeper than that. And so let's have that conversation about that too and get curious. Am I just saying that because somebody else said it, and so now I say it because it's always been said in my family, or do I understand the history behind it, right? Nobody's saying, right, because Olandria has also described herself as dark skinned. So nobody is, I know that sometimes it'd be hard for people. I know sometimes it'd be hard for people to hear anything about their fave that sounds less than favorable and not to come in defense. But that's not the conversation we're having. Y'all know this about me and my space. Well, maybe not everybody that's commenting knows this probably because you're new to my space, right? But we're never doing that in this space, okay? We're not coming for Olandria in this space, okay? Thank you, Alexandra. We always are zooming out. I know, Viva, it wasn't just you asking. We're always zooming out to have the larger conversation, right? The only reason why Olandria even got brought up, well, she got brought up because of Jeremiah's comment, but we're not focused on Olandria. I know it's hard sometimes to hear that your fave did something that we're like, oh, if we zoom out, we can talk about what that's like on a larger scale without it being about attacking or villainizing Olandria, y'all. And y'all are not going to get in my live. No shade, all tea. Y'all are not about to get in my live and act like Olandria has not said stuff that I've been like, y'all, I think she don't know what she means when she's saying that. And has admitted that her own self. has admitted that she said things and she's like, no, that's not actually what I meant. That's just the language that I had. So we are grown enough over here and smart enough over here to say, oh, we heard that statement. Can we zoom out and have a larger conversation about this? Yes, exactly, Viva. This is a bigger combo regarding colorism and distinction amongst Black people. Why do some people only talk about Blackness in that way about, right? Rather than just being like, he's a beautiful, dark-skinned Black person. Or damn, he Black as fuck, that's beautiful. You know what I'm saying? Like, why does that sound negative? Why? Because people often use that in a negative context, right? And so we're saying, let's zoom out and have a larger conversation. That's it. Nobody is saying that Olandria ain't shit and, oh, she's this and that. We're just saying, wow, here's how this type of language can contribute to these larger things that we may not always be aware of. That's it. So I'm not against you calling yourself chocolate. I'm not against you calling yourself butter pecan, butterscotch, whatever the fuck, caramel, whatever. I don't care. Okay. We're just having the larger conversation around it, right? And to my dark skin, like my little sister is in here right now, and I know my little sister has had the experience of people being like, oh, like yeah, you're Black, but like not like that. You know, like you're different than other dark-skinned Black girls because her curl pattern is looser and her hair is longer, right? Her features are softer, right? So we should be having these sorts of conversations as a community because that allows us to push back on the things when maybe it is a little bit more blatant, it is a little bit more obvious. Exactly, Mosh. Two truths can coexist. No one is saying that. No one is saying that it only ever means this. We're saying this is the context of that. Now make a choice as to how you engage, right? But there is a context to it. We're not, words don't come from nowhere. Thank you, ZL. Olandria knows that she doesn't know everything and is human. Let's chill, please. She told us that she realizes that what she didn't mean she wanted a cowboy. She meant she wanted a man with Southernly values and gentlemanly values. That's what she meant, right? But that wasn't the language she used. So I don't want us to hear what she said and us having this larger zoomed out conversation mean that we're coming for Olandria. That's not what's happening. That would never happen in my life. That would never happen in my life. Jules said the same way Michelle don't know that she's not the big sister to five sisters. We all make mistakes. Hold on. There they go. There you go. Petty. Okay. So that's the larger conversation we're having. Right. Exactly. Tashina said, plus you have said you provide Black women a chance to grow. Always. My space, like y'all, I feel like y'all know this about me at this point. I always want y'all to come in my space. And my goal is always for people to leave with something more than what they came with. So if this conversation feels challenging for some people, I actually am okay with that. I want you to leave and be like, I'm gonna chew on that. And you could still be like, oh no, I disagree. Or you might be like, oh, I can see that. Like that makes sense to me, right? Like, I just want you to leave with something more than what you came with. That's what my space is about. And nuance. Y'all know I love nuance. Okay.
And now that you're educated, you can move accordingly.
Okay. Jules, I want you to show the video.
Oh, okay. Can I touch on a few things first?
Yes.
Okay, because y'all had a lot to say, and I was taking my little notes on my little notes app. First of all, I wanted to touch on Gigi's thing earlier about stan culture and how like she wanted to have like people need to have a bigger discussion and needs to change. It's not gonna change, unfortunately. I only feel that way because with Twitch streaming and like, you know, the kids watching all those different guys. Okay, I can't remember names right now, but y'all know who I'm talking about. When I would talk about Twitch. And then like I don't know if y'all know who Sneeko is, but he just came out and like talked against his whole platform that he built with Red Pill talk and all of that culture, and he denounced that. So I think because of Twitch and kids constantly like that being their only form of basically television, and like being in that realm of like whatever those Twitch streamers say has been like the Bible to them, for that reason alone, I don't think stan culture is going to change, or we can't really have those conversations because they just blindly follow people now. Like the new generation does, and it's going to be very hard to like unteach that, especially since a lot of these parents don't monitor their children and what they do. So I don't think it's going to change for that reason alone. And I'm tired of everybody in this space, no shade, saying like the push to conservatism. There is no push. We've been in conservative territory. Like it's been this. There has never been an era in American history where it's not been conservative. Like y'all need to kill that. It's always been that. The whole chocolate gate situation, cookies and cream, cookie dough, mint chocolate, caramel conversation. I'm from the South. Y'all could probably tell that. I'm from Atlanta. But as someone who's growing up in the South, I definitely like have grown up and like I definitely think Alondria is not daft. She's not a daft woman, as we all know. I think that she's aware of the nuance of that, and to a degree, though. To a degree, I think that she is used to the like I'm chocolate conversation in the same way that I'm used to the chocolate conversation of like it's a positive thing, it's a positive adjective. Like my mother grew up saying like I thought you were gonna be my chocolate baby. Like I wanted a beautiful chocolate baby. Like I'm sure that's how Alandria has been described to by family as like, oh, this beautiful chocolate doll. So I think that's how most people in the South have, used it, Black people especially. But I don't think that she sees the negative side of it of like it's just a way to like negate saying you're just straight up dark skinned. But I think she is smart enough to know that when she is in media, she is only going to use dark skin. She's going to refer to herself as a dark skinned woman first and foremost. She's never going to, I don't think we'll ever see her in an interview be like, yeah, I'm chocolate. Like I love being a chocolate girl, blah, blah, blah. I don't think it'll ever give that. But yeah, I honestly, whenever I see her like say that type of stuff though, I feel like she's trolling. Like that's how I take it. Like I feel like when she makes those little jokes at Nick, like I think it makes him like slightly uncomfortable to hear that like stuff because they see it in the community so much of people trying to push that whole like swirl content on them. And so whenever it happens, they both like laugh it off. I think him being like, y'all listen to the audio is because like he like this girl, she over here like playing. Like, like I feel like that's what I get from them. I don't think it's like lingo that they're actively using in their relationship in a, detrimental way. Now, Luis and Huda, do I want to show this video or do I just want to play the audio? I don't feel like y'all have to see the video. Or do y'all want to see the video?
Go ahead and play it.
Okay, let me figure out.
Show the video.
Let me figure out how to work this thing. Can y'all see? Oh wait, yeah, can y'all see it?
No.
Oh wait, maybe I have to like open it. Give me 2 seconds, y'all. I'm grandma right now. Okay, can y'all see it now?
Yes.
Okay.
She won't be coming in any more lives and stuff like that. Just to also let you know that when she did come in lives, that was off her own back. I never asked her. I never once said, yo, baby, I want you in my life. She always said she wanted to support me and always come in my life as, you should have a relationship, but when your relationship is, very much online and people can say what they want and make assumptions, then, shit like this happens. So, yeah, she won't be coming in any more lives and stuff like that.
Play one more time.
Oh, my bad.
Just to also let you know that when she did come in lives, that was off her own back. I never asked her. I never once said, yo, baby, I want you in my life. She always said she wanted to support me and always come in my life as, you should have a relationship, but when your relationship is, very much online and people can say what they want and make assumptions, then, shit like this happens. So, yeah, she won't be coming in any more live.
So, yeah, that was 5 days ago. I'm surprised y'all didn't see that. But he said, I never wanted her on my live. I never invited her to come on. She came on her own volition, basically, is what he's saying. Like, yeah, just exactly the same way he said she had bad breath on live with thousands of people watching and doubled on it after she clearly took offense to it. Like, babe, why would you say that? That's not true. And it was very true. There's always a little truth behind a joke, especially when it comes to a man in a relationship, honey.
Jules,
Um,
wasn't there a video of her a few days after that crying, talking about the relationship and how she does so much, cooks and cleans and whatever?
oh, I
It
never
was.
saw that.
No,
I don't know.
her has been radio silent. They've been complaining about how she basically disappeared off the internet.
Well, it's not like
And
she
that
was really ever on her own. She was always supporting him. And to be
she was
honest with you,
always.
I could tell a narcissist from a mile away. Homeboy is dipping and dabbling, and because she doesn't have control of her own emotions and she's not secure in herself and attaching herself to that man. That man is manipulating and stirring the pot anyway, which he wants to, and she's gonna go with it.
A mess. A mess. They're saying that that was an old video of her crying about cooking and cleaning and whatever.
Oh, okay. So they just recently be popping up. So I thought that was the same thing. Okay. It came across my For
Now,
You page.
Anika, I seen your comment, Anika, talking about she not coming back to the live because she has halitosis. Y'all play too much.
Oh my goodness. I mean, this is my thing, y'all. He never asked her to come on there. Like, he never told her to go on there. He said, "This is your fault. Nobody told your butt to come on here anyways. Sit down. Stay where you at." That's what he basically said to her.
It's just like when she was putting out her apologies for the N word. We were on his live. This was his live. I didn't do anything. This was really his live. They doing the same thing because they both. And
You know what this reminds me of?
Let's be so for real. We all know that's a lie. Because he wasn't getting the views. People weren't going and really watching, screening his live to see if he said anything. He was saying anything and everything over the sun, disrespecting Serena and all of the other women from, the ones that he didn't find appealing, I guess, from the season prior. But he obviously saw the advantage of Leah and his friend Miguel. He always thought that he was going always little brother Miguel. So when that did not occur and people know who Miguel is more than he is, I didn't even know who he was until like a video popped up of him talking about Serena last season. But you can't say the same thing about the woman that disrespects the so-called blackness that you try to claim when it's advantageous to you. It's crazy.
This is the same man who told Miguel to his face, "I want Aaliyah." I'm sorry. Like, how can you tell a man, I want your girlfriend. I want someone like your girlfriend. And I'm supposed to take you seriously? The clout chasing is beyond. He's a different level. Okay? Like, nah. But also, quickly, I would love if, I don't know when live, we could talk about the ancestors or demonic conversation that's been happening. I would love to talk about that because I think it really it really dials into the transphobia and blatant anti-blackness that we've been seeing. Oh God, I do like that commenter, and I typically like her things, but I think it triggered me. The end of that transphobia comment, it triggered me bad.
Yeah. No, I feel you. I definitely would love to have that conversation. Maybe we'll go there on this week.
Sorry to cut you off.
Hey, Jules.
One more thing. It was something that came up earlier when we were having the trans conversation. And who was that? Nikki? Was that her name? Y'all.
Anne?
Yes, Anne was talking about like the surgeries and how like they get their jaw done and all this other stuff. I just want y'all to know proper terminology. That is called FFS. That is facial feminization surgery. And also, let's be very clear: a lot of cis women get FFS without knowing they're getting FFS. That is what FFS is. Every time a woman goes and puts fillers in, Botox in, nose job, all of that is facial feminization surgery. So. Yeah, y'all are sisters. All of y'all are sisters under one umbrella, and y'all need to accept each other. There's no
The fact
reason to demean each
that
other.
Nene and T.S. Madison looking more and more like each other every single day should clue you in as to what's happening.
Cardi looks like a doll. She's surrounded by dolls. That's why she looks like a doll.
Exactly.
She loves it. She lives for it. A lot of women secretly live for the pump. Y'all just don't want to admit it, and that's okay. But let's be real about it.
Can we say it? JT too. Like you like the doll look, and it's okay. Like it's the trend right now. The doll look is the trend.
JT loved the doll look, but she'll tell you she loved the doll look, and that's why she's sitting up here and she reposted that girl who got unalived this weekend. And she's been telling everybody to donate to that. Like she's a true ally to that community. Like she knows what's what. when it
Jennifer
comes to that.
Lena has a great comment, and some trans people don't get any surgeries done at all. And I'm just gonna tell y'all that as far like y'all know, I don't play. Nobody needs to affirm their gender for you to honor their gender. Nobody needs to do anything other like I don't give a fuck. I don't care actually. And y'all need to be considering why y'all be not y'all in my lives, right? But like why do y'all be feeling like that? Because I'm going to tell you it's the same reason why you feel like you need to shave your legs and your underarms. Yeah, because you feel like you're less of a woman without doing it.
Embrace your chakra, sis. I don't know if y'all been seeing those TikToks. Y'all gotta look up the chakra videos. That lady, she was talking about, I'm about to grow out my armpits. And he was like, yes, I love your queen chakra energy. Like, it's so funny. Y'all gotta look it up.
Okay, K Boogie, you want to give us your thoughts, my love?
Yes. Okay. So I do want to preface this by saying I am actively at work and I work in a hospital, so you will be hearing hospital noises. Um, and it's actually kind of annoying even for me. Anyways, I wanted to talk about the transgender situation and also, wait, because I wrote it down, the cookies and cream situation. As someone, I am non-binary. Okay. I never tell anyone anymore because no one listens to me when I tell them that I'm non-binary. I've been non-binary. Um, I've been openly non-binary since I was like 15. And I'm 27 now. So, anyways, with the transgender thing, I lived in Indiana when I was like 21, 22, and they had a transgender like support group that one of my friends took me to. And I didn't know that non binary was considered being a part of the trans community. And honestly, that does make me feel a little better being non binary because I know that I do have a community, like a larger community, because not many people in the South or like in Indiana also identify as non binary, you know? For the way that people speak about trans and non-binary people, y'all are insane. More women do gender affirming surgery than trans and non-binary people. Like, what do you guys not get about that? So many women getting breast reductions or boob jobs, or like me, I want to get rid of my boobs. They stress me out. I've never wanted them ever since I grew them. You know, um, I just want to. Oh Lord, I just want people to understand that like there's nothing different about us. You know, we're kind of just here. Just because I want to cut off my boobies doesn't mean anything. It's just something that you aren't used to seeing so openly, so you think it's wrong. But what about me and how I feel? I'm supposed to present as a woman because you're uncomfortable? Get out of my face. Okay. Secondly, I want to go back to the Oreo situation. Again, I'm a very nuanced person. I have so many things happening. I'm queer, I'm non-binary, a lot of people call me an Oreo. I will answer a phone call and they'll be like, "You're black," when I like speak to them, and it still happens today, which is crazy because I'm freaking 27. Who cares? Anyway, as someone who has been called an Oreo my entire life, in my teenage years, and I'm about to reveal some crazy stuff. Okay, well, it might not be too crazy. I used to want to be a white person. Period, point blank. I just straight up wanted to be a white person. I felt like they were treated better than us. People wanted them more than they wanted us and everything. And Oreo was still an insult. It was still an insult. Like being an Oreo in not only the South, but also just in friend groups, finding comfortability. I didn't really like rap music when I was growing up. I still kind of don't. I was watching anime all the time. I was a huge Oreo girl, you know, and I'm like darker skinned tone, you know. So, being an Oreo has always been a bad thing. I didn't even call myself Oreo, and I was obsessed with being a white person. Like, I don't understand why people don't see how bad that is when you truly take a true looking glass at this. You should just stop calling people that. Because it's honestly very hurtful. I love being a black woman now. It took me forever, but I'm so comfortable in my skin. I'm gorgeous. I love my hair. I love that I cut my relaxed hair, you know, and I've just been natural for like 10, 11 years. I don't even get my hair like blown out or anything because I love my curls too much. And looking back on that, it really, really, really damaged my self-esteem, especially when I'm already so insecure about my race, you know? So now not only am I seeing that white is better, but now you're confirming to me that the whiteness, quote unquote, that I have inside of me is better than what the black stereotype is, you know? And I just feel like a lot more people need to actually pay attention to what they're saying, especially to children, especially to BIPOC children, and really take their time to see how it's going to greatly impact them as they become adults, you know? But that's all I had to say. I love you guys so much.
I love y'all down. I feel like K Boogie wrapped us perfectly. I love when y'all come in here, and Jules said it too. I love when y'all come in here and able to share really vulnerably. My panel always does a fantastic job, even when we don't always agree about the things, right? We come in here with a lot of nuance. We come in here with a lot of education, we stretch each other, we rub up against each other. And I love that about the space that we have crafted and created together. Oh, thank you so much. I love y'all down. Okay, so we will be back on live again Tuesday. And then we will see y'all again Friday. We'll definitely be back on Tuesday. So I will go ahead and actually make an event for Tuesday night now. Yes, exactly. I love and down. And this is what I was talking to y'all about a couple of lives ago, like how you have to understand that not everybody's going to take correction from everybody. That was why I responded, because Ann and I have a relationship outside of just her being on my lives. You know what I mean? And so, yeah, we gotta, you know, move as appropriate. It's okay if you missed the live. The live will go on YouTube. Chris committed. He said already earlier in the live that he was gonna post the lives. Y'all are so welcome. I love y'all down. Truly appreciate y'all for being in my community and being in this space with me. I will see y'all again on Tuesday night. Have a beautiful week, y'all.